We're live. If you've missed this, you've missed the live stream. You should have subscribed and clicked the bell, and then you wouldn't have missed it. Subscribe and click the bell. Welcome. We are testing some different settings here with Twitch and YouTube to see if it works smooth. We're about to find out. We've got a race in 15 minutes. Here we go. How you doing there, still a Carl, as well? How's it going? Right, YouTube's on the screen. Let's both smooth. Just got up from a nap. Oh, it looks like YouTube's smooth. Has it worked? The quality on YouTube's still not as good as Twitch. But that is smooth. Hello, Ritual Horse. Yeah, that's smooth. Quality could be better though. I mean, it's not terrible quality. Twitch definitely has higher quality than YouTube at the same or even lower bit rates for some reason. You see stutters still. Yeah, that's you. Try using OpenGL as the renderer. Yeah, hang on. We could probably give more bitrate to YouTube. Still only using 9% CPU here. We're encoding on the GPU for both of them. Although Twitch is like jumping from 6 megabit to 10 megabit, but who cares? That's fine. Twitch servers can deal with that. That's not my problem. And then, right. Streaming. Okay, so we should be able to do. Let's up YouTube. YouTube's on. Let's put it on best quality, and I think it's hard to get. It's on best quality slowest, and it's also on 2pass, and tuning's on high quality. Let's put it on. Let's give it more bit rate. Let's go for 9. YouTube's using NVNC HEVC, which you can't do on Twitch. So it might be. Maybe it's my ingest settings on YouTube could be better as well. Let's see. Let's drive around a bit here. I'll probably be on holiday by then. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Is YouTube keeps stuttering? YouTube keeps pausing on my PC. I don't know if that's my. Is that for everyone or is that just me? Is YouTube keep buffering for you guys? Is it all right? Might just be my bandwidth limitations. Is it working for you guys? Yes. You have to say it's pausing. Okay. That's weird. Maybe it didn't like me changing the bit rate. Well, this computer can encode at these rates, though, which is nice. I turn the bitrate back down. Oh, thanks for following. Appreciate that. Welcome. Yeah, isn't it weird? Because Twitch is technically using worse technology, but it looks better. Twitch is using less. It must be on the encoder side. On my ingest settings on YouTube, but I'm running pretty. Well, I'm not moving, am I? Let's see if I move. I just turned the bitrate down. Oh yeah, I wanted to fix this as well whilst I'm here. Mirror. See. Let's restart this, and then we got the race in like 10 minutes. Let's see if this stutters at all. If we're good. Clutch kickers? What do you mean? What do you mean by clutch kickers? Getting any pauses on your end, guys? It may be that when you change bitrate, YouTube has to readjust its ingest, and then... Oh, hello. ACAI is the best. Yeah, that's working. I mean, it's alright. It's pretty good quality either way. What I found with YouTube is it tends to prefer higher resolutions. Like, YouTube servers seem to really like a lot of resolution. Yeah, there you go. That's not pausing now. For quality, Twitch is like really good for lower bit rates and lower resolutions. YouTube, it's like they want you to just send them. they want you to send them like 1 billion like megabits of data, and then they're like, oh, that's fine, send us everything, we'll do what we need to do with it, boys. Yeah, that seems to be working. Awesome. That's cool. Well, this gives us options now, because so look, I'm using separate. I'm encoding the stream twice now rather than using the same stream encoder. So we're using a different format for each streaming service. Well, at least should be. I mean, the computer that I'm using it. This is all off a graphics card. So on the streaming PC, oh, we have like 2 minutes. We're going to the. On the streaming PC, we're using what is it? Let's have a look here. We are using we're using NVNC, and we're using a GeForce RTX 2060. Oh, thanks for following. Hang on, that alert's not coming through. Hang on, did I forget to save my Go XLR settings? I think I might have done. There we go. We need to route this. Routing. Yeah, look, we forgot to do this. To headphone and line out. There we go. Now we should be able to hear stuff. Perfect. Why did it not save that? Save. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, so we've got the LFM race coming up, which we're going to do. We've got the new shader patch installed. Hello, Ryan the Affialte. How's it going, man? I was a little bit tired after yesterday's live stream. Well, there is one issue with the audio. Static builds up over time. Which I can fix by just touching the cable. Which is weird. I mean, I have this problem myself of being like really statically charged. So it's probably just me absorbing electricity. It's really annoying. There we go. Server's up, I think. I know. Server's open in 1 minute. I get electrocuted on everything. Static electricity on everything. It's really frustrating. It's really annoying. Every time I stand up from a chair, I get an electric shock. I'm just used to it now. I'm conditioned to it. I'm like, I'm like, here we go. Yeah. Daniel Cornflake. Right, awesome. I'm happy with that. It seems to be good. Well, we need to try that we need to now try recording at the same time. That's what we haven't tried yet. But at least the streaming works. That's the main thing with those settings. Yeah, after 12 hours of live streaming, I was like, oh, I should really go to bed. But it'd be fun to fiddle around with settings. So I spent another 2 hours. You just watched a PORSCHE Swallow's newest video. And the coaching pretty much turns into driving around. Yeah, well, that's what you have to do, isn't it? Yeah, I don't watch Swolio stuff. Like, he's nice, nice person. I don't watch other. Generally, I watch his real car stuff. I don't watch other sim racing stuff because I'm not particularly interested in it. I should be in Split 1, yeah. What I don't get with Swolio is how he looks like 20, but he's 30, like 32 or something. Like, what is going on there? How on earth? He is like the youngest looking 30-year-old. Like, it's insane. Oh yeah. You have to turn the tyres up in iRacing to hear. So that's how you know if you're at the limit in iRacing. It's not the force feedback. It's not the visuals of the car. It's the tyre skid sounds. Yeah. But you know, it's just iRacing, isn't it? Can I shoot flashes with my hand? Flashbang. Yeah, I'm getting a job in the special forces. They call me flashbang hands. There we go. Join the server. PB inbound here, guys, for sure. Yeah, like, well, he's probably. I have noticed this with a lot of YouTubers. Tend to look, or a lot of gamers tend to look a lot younger than they actually are because they don't go outside, so they haven't got skin damage from the sun. Swolio has slightly darker skin as well, which I think helps. Like, I think people with darker skin generally look younger for longer. So that probably helps also. What's my current PB? We are on. Let's load this up and then we'll put softs on for quali. Take the fuel out. Yeah, well, the other thing with Swolio that I don't understand as well is he acts younger as well. Like, he seems younger. He's got so much energy. Even when he's tired, he's pretty energetic. It's mental. It's actually mental. So I don't know what's going on there. That's what he should be doing guides on, not driving. He should be doing guides on the secret to, like, eternal youth. A 39.2 is my best time. Hello, Chris. How's it going, man? Morning from Australia. Yeah, it's weird. It's actually strange. Yeah, but he looks younger and he also acts younger as well. And I don't mean that in a negative way. He's like, he's just sprightly. Yeah. It's good. It's really good. I'd have, it'd be like a really good, you know, if you had children and you wanted like the cool uncle. It'd be awesome for that. Yeah, so that's what, he's just quit the driving stuff. Who gives a shit about that? It's boring. He should do eternal life videos. how to look like you're 20, basically like 21 permanently. It's insane. It's actually, it's really weird. Like, I've had this conversation with quite a few. He's the Benjamin Button of sim racing. Loads of people are like, oh, they all just assume he's like 20. And then you're like, oh, he's actually like in his 30s. What? It's really funny. I'm jealous of that. That is something I'm jealous of. People with like nice skin, nice hair, energy, positive, upbeat attitude. Jesus, terrible. Oh no, my neck needs sorting out again. I hate it when my neck needs to be. Hang on, put my brace up. There we go, neck brace attached. Swolio Media. He does loads of. He's got a book and he does loads of driver coaching, but he's actually Benjamin Button. That's the real. That's what really matters. It's what you really need to know about. He needs to do a book on how to be so like young looking. Do you reckon his whole family looks really young? Do you reckon they all like everybody is like got some like advanced genetic advantage? I'd say I've only met 2 other people that are to that degree. Right. He's going to be one of those people that lives to like 120. And he'll be like drinking every day, smoking. Do you know what I mean? And they'll be like, oh, how did you, what's your secret? And he'll be like, oh, driver coaching. Not just genetics, driver coaching. Who else out of sim racers? No, there's no other sim racer that looks young, like young relative to their age. To that extent, I can think of. Yeah, well, I definitely think there is a thing to how you behave, how you carry yourself. That's a really, really big thing. So do you remember that film? What's that? The film with the gangster film, and they use CGI. Hello, Frederick. They use CGI to make everyone look younger. You know what I mean? I thought Dave Cameron was in his 90s. I'm pretty sure his wife picked him up off the Senile ward, where they have all these like elderly people that think iRacing's good. That's how he met Julie. Looks like my car's drifting on the mini-map. The Irishman, that's it. Yeah, so they did. The CGI is not necessarily terrible. I mean, it's not the best CGI. It's just very confusing because I didn't know what was going on myself. But the thing with the Irishman, there's a scene where he takes someone outside. He's got his daughter with him, and someone like does something, and so he beats them up and like kicks them in the face and stuff. And but it looks like an 80-year-old. It literally, like the way he beats the guy up. So I didn't understand the Irishman at all because I thought they were old all the way through it. Because I think actually that film's a really good way to test how you recognise people. So there's different ways in which you recognise people. Some people focus on facial features. Some people focus on like voice. Like some people have face blindness. You know what I mean? People focus on different things to differentiate people. For me, I really focus on body language and movement and stuff. That's just what I tend to really notice. How different people move. And yeah, so I was watching The Irishman. I'm like, is this in the past? Why? What's going on? It was supposed to be really obvious.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Adams. Welcome to the Colt. Oh, today's Sunday Colt Day as well. Oh, yeah, and I can remember you, Novotny, because the movements you do is planting the bomb in the wrong location when playing Counter-Strike, so it's very easy to remember. Can't ever forget that movement. Oh, he set himself up, and I knocked it out the park. Yeah, we have to admit, that was pretty good. Yeah, Patrick Stewart in the Star Trek stuff, where he's supposed to be doing like... I mean, the new Star Treks. I mean, the last season was vaguely enjoyable, but it doesn't make any sense. He's like an 80-year-old doing stuff that like a 40-year-old would struggle with. Oh yeah, well I mean, but I think planting the flashbang's just a really advanced strategy that we don't understand. You know, it's easy to like think that you're better than people when you just don't have the mental capacity to understand the techniques. What are we doing here? We're on 140s. We need to be. What I want to do is to get into the 38s. I haven't seen that Novotny, no. Yeah, I'll watch some of the new other Star Trek stuff. We will get on it. Oh, look at this. Our PB looks like we're going to break it. $39.7 already in quali. Why can't you install it? All you have to do is drag it across. I don't really like animated stuff, generally speaking. Unless it's really, really good. Or unless it's like Simpsons or... I guess Lower Decks is like a bit like Simpsons, but in a Star Trek setting. I like Futurama. Rick and Morty's alright, but its fan base is the most obnoxious thing ever, and it tries a bit too hard to be. Do you know what I mean? It feels like it's trying too hard to be like a stoned 14-year-old. In the way it like emo stoned 14-year-old sort of philosophy approach of like, oh, it's mind blowing, it's all pointless, but it's not, you know. Oh, we messed this up. We didn't get faster. We did a 39.7 though. That's not bad for a quali lap. Let's just get off the track here. We need to not make the wrong tyre mistake that we've made before. Medium tyres. Fuel, we're going to put... I mean, I think 57's enough. That's more than enough. Yeah, Family Guy was alright when in my 20s. And it's not terrible. Like, I wouldn't necessarily watch it, though. Like, the problem with Family Guy is it uses that method of just doing cutaways constantly, which is it's his thing, but it's like lazy comedy in the sense that it's the same as like editing really quickly as a comedic crutch, or it's the same as like, you know, when YouTubers cut to like a GIF or cut to another thing in a video or cut to a sound effect, like meme stuff. It's really lazy. It's like a really lazy way of going, oh, reference. And because it's a quick cut, the person watching it is surprised by it. And that surprise is a little bit humorous, regardless of the actual quality of the thing. YouTubers do this so much. Like the whole zoom in editing, the whole little GIF. You know, and it's what it is it's actually just like... It's just sad. It's really it's uncreative. It's like really, it's a really childish, gimmicky way of humor. Like, it's fine. Like, people might like it. I just think it's crap. I think it's lazy. I think it demonstrates a lack of actual comedy. So, yeah, the Seth MacFarlane's... The thing is... So, I think Orville's a really good example of this. When... I think when he has too much creative control, it's really bad. Or when they try too hard to shoehorn loads of, like, jokes that aren't very good. This is an American thing, where they just shoehorn too much stuff into it. So, in Orville... It was really, in the first season, it was like, oh God, it was just tiresome. Like, crap joke after crap joke. But then in the season 2 and 3, I think it was, they basically toned it down a lot. And they had some really good jokes in it. But it was like, oh, we'll have like 2 big jokes in an episode. And then a bit of character jokes, you know. And that was really, really good. But then most of it was... just them doing the normal episodes. So kind of more like how Stargate or something is, where, you know, later season of Stargate, most of it is them doing the episode, and then there's a couple of jokes. And that's great. Well, it was meant to be a Star Trek spoof. That's what it's meant. It's meant to be not a parody, but like a. It's not. That's it. Why would that stop you from watching it? Yeah, you probably watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes, which were absolutely crap. But it's a lot better, the other episodes. But then the last season is totally crap. And then the ethics that are presented in it are stupid. They don't make any sense at all. And it falls back into that American trope of American view of stuff. Hello, Chad Rizzler. No, John, because you can do that and you can do crap jokes that are still good. So Orville episode 1, 2, and 3, well, the first few episodes of Orville, basically, came across as like Seth MacFarlane ego project. As I say, I think other people got involved with it and then improved it. Right, here we go. And if you're talking about people, that thing, that was a person was real. That was live grenades that someone threw. If you're talking about the Ukraine council meeting, those were live grenades. And no, people don't die instantly from grenades. Generally speaking, even if you're holding on to it, it can still take a while. Right, here we go. Let's go. Nice. No, it wouldn't. I've unfortunately, I've actually seen videos of people being blown up by grenades, and it doesn't kill people straight away, even in rooms. Well, no, we don't need to agree to disagree. I can tell you categorically. I mean, that maybe in that scenario, but from the reports I saw, it was actual grenades. But I can tell you categorically, a lot of people will survive the initial explosion of a grenade. The shock might knock them out, and it might take... Yeah, unless you're holding it right against you or against your head or something. Grenades aren't that big of an explosion. It's just lots of shrapnel, which then causes internal bleeding, which normally kills people from between 10 seconds to 2 or 3 minutes. People can take multiple grenades and then die hours later. But for that Ukrainian thing, I'm going by the report. I've not seen the video. I don't want to watch it. I've unfortunately already seen too much stuff in general. But from the reports, I saw it was that they threw grenades and someone was having a mental breakdown. Yeah, I mean, I generally watch them on purpose. But here we go. Launch! Mate, I'm having to move out of the way of people that missed the break point. I got all the way up there, then I had to move out of the way. Oh, where are you going? What a send! Throttle into the corner. the old throttle into the apex technique. It worked. Surprisingly. Hello, Turn 1 Meatball. That's not the racing line. Where's he going? Oh no! On what are you watching on Twitch? No! It should be smooth. Is this stream smooth on Twitch, guys? Oh. Up, 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 up. Bowling, strike. Okay, there. It's your computer. Just change the quality down. We've changed all our encoder settings to maximise quality. Oh, that's pretty damn smooth, Jet Red. Please don't pump me. Only I'm allowed to go up the inside there, mate. I'm locked up. What am I doing? I'm a noob. Oh, turn. Yeah, well. Turns out you have to brake earlier when you're on the inside of the corner. Can't believe I did that. Huge error. I didn't brake enough. No worries. Ah! I don't know where the track is! Couldn't see it, his car's too big. Oh, we've got some work to do now.
Mind the gap.
Hello, Bright Candle. Who's watching on YouTube and can select the high quality? It must be. I think it's an issue with YouTube's ingest rather than because what I'm sending to YouTube is totally smooth. Maybe I need to redo the stream ingest settings. Oh, I think he turned in on us there. I think we were actually all right that time. Where's he going? Oh, this is stupid. He's going to wreck us all. Mate, I can't brake anymore because you're riding my arse. I'm going to hit this guy. I can't brake because the car on the inside is holding the other car. I've got a car right on my bumper going into the braking zone. So as soon as I brake, he starts pushing me. Absolutely, I couldn't do anything. I could not do anything. As soon as I start braking, my car's being pushed. Ah, where you go? I've got to move out of the way of these idiots. Come on, guys. I'm losing places due to people diving into me. At least we're not dead. Yet. It's about to happen. Oh my god. I'm having... Christ almighty. This is all from me doing that one lockup on the inside which allowed all the punters to catch up with us. This is wrestling. It's good fun. I know. Well, we got to P3. The difficulty is in mid-pack, you're basically forced into driving in a terrible way because if you don't, you get punished. So you basically don't have a choice but to drive in a stupid way. If you try and drive in a safer way, you will just get taken advantage of. It's like the same thing as you know, if there's a crash and you brake doing the sensible thing, you will get rammed by a car behind you. So where's he going? So it makes more sense to just stay on the throttle into the crash because on average, that's what more people are going to do. So that's the thing with with driving, in Sims in particular, but whatever the momentum of the field is doing, you need to go with that momentum as much as possible. Because the relative speeds between you and the other cars is going to be lower, which will then mitigate contacts and things. It's car radar, it's part of a shader patch. If you go to the app shelf on the side, or you can type in the search box, car radar, and then I've got the track map underneath it. That's me thinking out of the box. Well, it's fun racing though. No one's like actually outright punting on purpose. It's just aggressive driving, to be honest, which I think is good fun, really. as long as you're not outright punted into a spin that takes you out the race and you get damaged, it doesn't really matter. Make a video. Yeah, I think there already are loads of videos that do that. The problem is people see it in a live stream and then they're like, what are you using? It's the same with everything. It's just that. It's like that, and that's the way it is, huh? Oh, thanks, Porter. Yeah, I don't know. I can do. It'd probably get a lot of views. It'll probably make money, so it's a sensible thing to do. But I'm not very sensible. We'll have a little touch of damage on the car, but we're all right. I've been really enjoying this combo though. That was the guy that punted us earlier, I think. The pure. Where's the new shader patch on Patreon? You have to pay. You can pay just £1 a month on Patreon. Well, I could just tell you. I could just tell you the changes. Whoa! Mystical gamer muscle, man of knowledge. Ooh! And lo, it does say that the changes are largely in bug fixing. Ooh. Whoa. And the smoke seems to work a bit better. Whoa. And the lighting of the headlights is slightly changed. Whoa. And there's a new caching method for people on lower end systems. Woo! There you go. Did that help? Oh, yeah, sorry. I was conveying that naturally with the voice jet red, obviously intentionally. And changes in the way reverb operates. Did that help? That was very meta. We need someone needs to make a LFM app for AC that has all the rankings and the safety ratings but built into AC. That'd be good. There's a fight in the chats. Who's fighting who? Who's fighting what? I don't know. Shader patch is great. Okay, I don't know what you mean. No, people, you'd still go on the website. I'm saying whilst you're in the race, you could just see like how Caps and Race Labs works. Do I think it'll be a seamless? No, I have no idea what's going to happen with AC2. I've called it. AC2 is going to be a sim that largely is about cruising, because that's where most of the money is. So unless Kunos is a stupid company, which is entirely possible, but like if they want to make as much money as possible, AC2.
I'm hot and you're not.
AC2 will be largely about cruising. And it'll have cruise features, and their first advert will be like an MX-5 driving down a country road or something. I've told you, I've called it. I've absolutely called it. I've seen the future. Yeah, like ELO and safety rating in game. I'm not getting any errors. Okay. Why not go into the pit? Sometimes you just want to drive through the pit exit. I don't know. The T1s have been better in LFM than iRacing for me. I mean, maybe you have to be in the top split, but there's a meme. iRacers. There's a meme that iRacers are feeling threatened. So they're like, oh yeah, no, LFM is shit, mate. The racing, every time there's a crash, they go, LFM drivers are shit, mate. Hello, mate. Because iRacers are like, the only thing iRacing has over other sims is the online ranking, so the insecure iRacers. But iRacers are definitely, there's more people on iRacing. And iRacers, generally speaking, have more skill than your average Assetto Corsa player for racing, for sure, because they've had more practice, they've done more races, and that's iRacing is all about the ranked racing. But the problem is, iRacing doesn't allow you to drive over the limit. So even with iRacers being better drivers, generally speaking, skill-wise, there's generally more accidents in iRacing. Whereas in AC, the drivers have lower skill, but the sim's much more accommodating of, well, first of all, you can drive over the limit and bring it back, which you can't do in iRacing. Like if you lock up in iRacing, you're in a passenger slide and you're going to kill everyone. So, and the cold tyres are even worse in iRacing. So, yeah, I would say the end result between iRacing and AC in terms of cleanliness in the top split, and I'm obviously a top split driver in both sims, it ends up
I
about
don't
the
like
same.
ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Oh God,
that is amazing.
We don't need to know,
probably
Max.
one of the,
We know you're an AC fanboy.
One of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Why is it so
GT
loud?
mods. It's really good.
Ah, thanks, Max. Appreciate that. How's it going, Mayor Maze? What's going on in Mayland? In Mayor Maze land? This is my warm-up race. Yeah, because you can't drive over the limit in iRacing. I've never talked about this before. This is a new conversation. iRacers don't actually realise there's a load of there's probably like 60% of iRacers, they do not know. They don't realise that in a real car you can actually drive over the limit, and that's totally normal. So they literally don't know. They don't know what it like. They've been brainwashed by a single simulator to think that you can only ever do power slides, or you can only ever do like go over the limit and wait and ride it out. Going for dinner. Are you on a dinner date? Hot date? Why are you driving into me? Why? I moved over. You still need to drive into me. Every time you use mods, they never work. What? All you have to do is drag the mod file into Content Manager. Maybe you're using a BBC Micro. You might need to... I don't know what's going on there. I'm alright, Mav. Yep. Yeah, that's Max Verstappen. But yeah, you don't need to watch the video. Like iRacing's great in many ways, but the tyres get stuck over the limit.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
These are free cars. The thing is, the reason why I go on about iRacing as much as I do is because I quite enjoy iRacing. I've played it a lot. I have thousands of hours in iRacing, and if they sort the tyres out of the limit, the sim will be like so much better to drive and race. It should be better for everyone, right? And I've had 10 years, well, since when I first played iRacing, must be like 2008 or something? 9? I don't know. 100 years I've been playing iRacing. iRacers have always been saying to me, they go, oh, it's the most realistic, it's how cars drive. The real race drivers play it, you know. And so this is why we have the Max Verstappen clip, because it's funny. And also you can't drive properly in it, so it's people should know. But yeah, gradually we're getting around to the reality of people understanding that yes, cars can actually be driven at the limit. It's like how in Western society we're getting around to the reality that there's a genocide taking place at the moment that we're supporting. It takes time, you know, for people to understand things. How do we get from iRacing to genocide? I don't know. That's this channel, genius. Is the update good? Yeah, well, you might as well. We've not had any problems with... We've not had any problems. No, I'm just a little bit pissed off with our government supporting a genocide. I'm a humanist, so I don't really care. I don't care who's on what side. I think if you just don't... Kind of genocide's not really good, is it, you know? So... And there's nothing I can do about it. So... But, there you go. I think most people actually are pretty pissed off with their governments about this. Anyone that's not a mental person. Oh, you'd still... So, what iRacing's really good for are their big events they do. And it does have other cars in it and other series that are active. So, it's like R-Factor 2 is also great for online rank racing as well. But that's separate to... They just need to... Hopefully, eventually, I mean, after 15 years... I think if all iRacing users were... Just said, we're just like, yeah, look, I mean, iRacing, no. As I say, iRacing, no, but it took basically only in the last 2 or 3 years do I feel that iRacing were really pressured into actually going, oh yeah, on the road side, we do actually have a really big problem with the tyre model that's really unrealistic, but they won't generally promote it. But two or so years ago, they employed new programmers and got more people working on the physics and stuff. You know, so and I'd imagine with the rain update, I'd hope that stuff would change as well. But it took like I think if iRacing users from the get-go were just really vocal in saying, yeah, guys, you can't drive on the limit properly in this sim at all, I think the developer would have responded to it quickly. So that the issue is when users of a game are basically tribalist and they just outright defend stuff in a game constantly. It's ridiculous. It's like AC, if an AC fan was defending the curbing issue that you get on some cars with some tracks, or, you know. Or it's like AMS2 fans that seem to think that real cars drive like hovercrafts all the time. I don't brake! When you're conveniently rolling off the racing line, don't brake! Alright, fair enough, we missed him. He was probably just trying not to keep going. That's the one time when you shouldn't get on your brakes. Don't give a grumble, give a whistle. It'll all turn out for the best. Always look on the bright side of life. I don't know. I don't think you need to have played iRacing. You can, it's bizarre to me because I had my views on how cars drive years before I drove any real car. You can watch videos. You can watch videos of people driving, drifting, Formula cars, radicals. Like, you can just, it's pretty obvious that a car is still somewhat controllable even in like lockups and stuff, or like, you know, there's still, it's not, the norm is to have something that's reasonably forgiving. That's the baseline. Occasionally it's really unforgiving. Occasionally grip can give out. If you have really mental setups on a car, or the tyres are worn out, or the track's not like... So, like, in real life, tracks are massively more variable than sims, like, to a crazy level. Like, you can come around one corner and the grip's, like, 50% less. You know, if it's early morning and it's, like, a shaded corner and there's been a frost, or it's not got... You know, there's so many, like, tiny variables that can mount up, which... That causes those situations often where the grip just gives out because the driver wasn't expecting it to be massively different to the last three corners. But, yeah. It's the norm in real... Like, why... The thing that blows my mind, as I always say, is you can go and do rental go-karting and you'll be like, oh, it's actually very consistent. It's like... I know rental go-kart's not a full-size car, but in many ways, a rental go-kart is actually mirrors the behaviour of a Formula car more than full-size cars do. So, like, I would say a shitty rental go-kart around a like outdoor track, like a, you know, mirrors the experience of being in a Radical SR3 more than driving an Aerial Atom or Toyota Celica does. So you can just go and get in a rental go-kart to have a loose idea of what it would kind of be like to be on you know, what tyres generally are like. So I really don't understand why. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I don't know why they do multi-class on this. They shouldn't bother. If they do, for the multi-class stuff, they should just do LMP3 and GT3 and that's it. Because what happens when you have three classes of multi-class, one, I mean, we said this multiple times, might do a video on this, but one, what happens is you dilute the grid into three mediocre-sized grids, so you remove the chance of good racing. Two, if you've got the LMP2 and the LMDH, they come up to the GT3 cars at roughly the same time, and then you end up with a double cluster F of overtaking and having to work that out. Three, the races are not long enough for the LMDH and the LMP2s to lap each other multiple times. So it's actually pointless. It is actually pointless. The only time the only reason to have LMDH LMP2 and GT and GT3 or whatever would be if you can support 50 car grids or something, or it's like a 24-hour race. Because then you're not really... A 24-hour race isn't about really racing the cars. It's about racing the track. And so it doesn't really matter. Everything on the track is just acting as just an obstacle to make sure you're not falling asleep. No, it's not. The rookie... So, again, this is another mistake people make. Rookie is irrelevant. This is a really stupid thing that a lot of ranked services and a lot of people get wrong. The term rookie is utterly meaningless in sim racing. It's really stupid. So, there's no such thing as rookie. If you've got splits, whatever is the top split is not rookie. And whatever car you're driving, if you're driving against really good drivers, it's irrelevant what the car is. It's always going to be as hard as it's going to be. Like, so what makes it cleaner or not cleaner is more splits and more drivers and separating out the bad drivers from the good drivers using a ELO rating system. And then and also a safety rating system to discourage punting. But, yeah, the term rookie... iRacing do this. It's moronic. Some of the best drivers on iRacing are in MX5, Formula Ford, Skip Barber, whatever, or like really good, like Formula 1. Alonso drives the Formula V. It's not rookie, is it? It's just another car. So, I don't know why people, it's like, people apply thinking from real world, although ironically, real world MX5 drivers are some of them are really good drivers. In real life, some of the rental karting events like Club 100 or even just go-karts, some really, really, really good drivers that just can't afford to do racing, do go-karting. So it's not rookie. It's yeah, that really grinds my gears, that. Rookie. It's not rookie. You don't segregate people by going, oh, it's rookie. So, well, no, just you segregate them by the ELO system, which is the most important thing. Yeah, good racing. Bye. Yeah, yeah, it's good fun though. Oh, we got glorious 7th. 39.9. 30, hang on, 30 minutes, 39.9 total time. We were a bit slow there. We should be doing... we were slow. We need that was our warm-up race. It's fine. Did the stream run smooth, guys, on YouTube? What does ELO mean? So ELO is a type of rating system where you give everybody has like a points, and then if you beat someone, you take some of their points, and they lose some of their points. If they beat you, vice versa. So if someone's got a higher ELO, let's say you've got a low ELO, you beat someone with a higher ELO, you take more of their points, and they lose more points. If you beat someone that's the same points as you, then you basically don't progress or regress. So basically everything's structured on the better someone is, the more points they have. The worse someone is, less points they have. Each time you beat someone better, you get more points. Each time you lose against someone that's better or worse than you lose. Do you see what I mean? It's a formal way points. It's a formal points. It's a mathematical formal way that's used in a lot of competitions to denote skill through a points-based system. There's other types of system that aren't called ELO that operate in a similar way. But if you Google ELO, you'll see it's what they use in like chess, I think, originally. It's quite an old established way of doing it. It's not necessarily perfect. That is true. It does stand for Electric Light Orchestra as well. So you might have non like pure ELO systems where you go, okay, it's ELO based for the most part, where you take points from this person and not from that person, whatever, like a zero sum game, in that you based off entirely off what points you have, what points they have. But you can have systems where you make it so that, okay, say a really like you've got 100 points and this guy's got 2, and you crash in a race. that's with this 2-point guy, you can limit how much the 2-point guy can gain or how much the 100-point guy can lose, because you go, well, within the variance of races, it was just really unlucky, so it's not fair for them to lose so many points that would take them. They would have to do another 10 races to regain those points. So you can limit the losses and the gains to smooth over those aspects of elo systems. So there's a whole bunch of different ways of doing things. Score prex. I outbraked myself on the inside. I had a car do a lunge, so I moved to the left, and then on the left-hander before the long straight, I messed up and I broke too late, which forced me to go wide, which then allowed everybody. This then allowed 6 cars to drive up the inside, and then they kept getting punted. So it was my fault really, but it's good fun. It's really good racing. I'm gonna do MX5. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah, on the chicane we had a car right behind us and I couldn't brake. It was fun racing. It was really good. Car wasn't wrecked. We managed to keep racing. It was good fun. It was good fun driving, to be honest. Like, that's what I think. As I say, I think one of the biggest frustrations, again, we're talking about iRacing, but with any online rank thing, I think one of the biggest things for AC and R Factor 2 is the damage is just much lower. And you might even I would agree it's unrealistically forgiving for car contact, but who cares? Like, it's more fun. Like, in what way is it fun for a spontaneous online ranked race to get damage from some random person doing something stupid and then that ruining your sprint race? Like, I get it. If you're doing an organised league race, you're doing a pro thing, or you're doing or you've not got netcode that's completely shit. You know, if it's like a big event, fine, damage is great. Also, if you've got pit stops and everything, fine, whatever. But for sprint racing, you know, if you can't do damage absolutely realistically and you can't mitigate all the downsides of netcode, then you need to you have to make the damage less, because if you can't do it basically borderline perfectly, it's always going to be unforgivingly unrealistic, which is always going to be really shit for gameplay. Rallycross is the best sim racing fun to be had, and you didn't have to sit there for half an hour. Eh? Well, we're going to do... yeah, we're doing...
Game Master should learn how to drive.
Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you, Marcel. $10, 11. That was probably like €3 and the pounds collapsed. You found the ELO equation. Oh, yeah, I'm a mathematician. 1 minus expected... is EXP oh, I can't do that. You'd have to explain what EXP... Yeah, so the way ELO works in the context of a race is that you would add together the entirety of the grid and then work it out based off that exponent. I don't know. I failed at maths. I have the least mathematical brain known to man. Yeah, we're doing the Mugello, the Mazda Cup. Then we'll do another LMP3, and then we'll do a TCR. And yeah, I enjoyed the TCR. To be honest, I've enjoyed the TCR more than the MX-5 because I'm crap with the MX-5. I'm really bad with the MX-5 in AC. Maybe I need a better setup as well, but I'm just bad at it. I'm better with cars that are more oversteery. Right, is the quality all working, guys? Yeah, okay, nice. Because what I'm doing for this stream is we've I'm encoding separately for both Twitch and YouTube to try and get the best quality out of this stream for both platforms. At the moment, Twitch looks better than YouTube. The rules on Twitch are we're not allowed to make YouTube look better than Twitch. But at the moment, for whatever reason, Twitch is even at lower bit rate, it looks better quality. Seems to handle motion better. I think also there's lower latency on Twitch. Yeah, it's just to do, so YouTube. I was saying this earlier for those of you that just joined us. YouTube prefers higher resolutions and higher bit rates. I'm even using what's it called? So you have, for encoders, you have I've forgotten what the name of it is. So you have HEVNC, which is the newer encoder. Well, it's not that new; it's like 6 years old. But you have NVNC, and then you have HEVC, and HEVC is higher quality for a lower bit rate. Takes more to process, but it's better bit rate to quality. But even that, 8.5 kilobits per second to YouTube looks worse than 7 megabits per second. So 8.5 megabits to YouTube looks worse than 6.5 megabits to Twitch. So, yeah, no, you can't. But it doesn't seem to really matter. So, yeah, this is why I'm using separate encoders, so I can do YouTube. Yeah, the problem I had, I was hoping to do well. So the problem with YouTube is if you do 1440p, you get a lot more latency. The other problem is OBS won't allow me to use the multiple outputs. I can't do multiple resolutions because it doesn't have a downscaler for each output that you're encoding in. So yeah, all we can really do is high bit rates and different encoders. But what a fun time! I know how to live life in an exciting way. Yeah, the problem is if you run 2 instances of OBS, that has other issues. In that you have to open 2 instances of OBS, then you have to do other stuff with putting the cameras through it. Then when you change, have different profiles. It's much nicer to have it all in a single instance of OBS. Also, scene switching, all this other stuff is just a lot better to have it in a single instance of OBS. And to be honest, already technically using, I mean, so I'm using vertical video to also record at 2560. So I can use that plugin to stream at a different resolution. But I'm using that for recording because I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube, and I'm also recording at 2560 by 1440 because because Twitch can only accept 1080p at its maximum, as far as I could tell, unless they've changed it. Twitch maximum supported resolution, unless it automatically downscales it. Oh, in theory, you could stream at 2160 by 1440. Well, actually, on YouTube, Yeah, but the point is on YouTube I could use 1440 and I could up the bit rate for that as well. But the issue is you then get more latency on the YouTube encoding side. 1440 is 2K. Yes, that's 1440p is 2560 by 1440. Oh, hang on, that's this one. Let's just do that. Oh, that was this one anyway. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, so we could have a bit of delay on YouTube. It's just but the thing is, the medium delay is not that bad. But when we're having a good debate with someone, it's enough that it makes conversation worse. Because also, if you do long live streams like I do, if you do like 4+ hour live streams, YouTube gets more and more delayed over time. Whereas if you do like if you do a live stream under 5 hours, it's not a problem. Well, to be honest, as I say, Mr. Git, Twitch is actually better quality than YouTube for the vast majority of people using it. Like if you're streaming, so the 1080p 60 FPS at 6 kilobits, 6 megabit on Twitch looks better than the 1080p codec on YouTube. So, and most people the vast majority of Twitch people can only barely just do 1080p. I don't think live stream content is not really about the quality of the video, really, is it? For video games, it's more just it's watchable. Yeah, so as I said, the YouTube encoder is there. What's the other encoder they use for 1440p? What's the other encoder they use? What's it called? It's got a different name. Yeah, the VP9 encoder is really good, but that only works for 2560 by 1440p content and better. But it looks way better. But I look better. Lower resolution suits my face, so you know, it's all good fun. It's working, so I'm really happy because we went back to. But by the way, actually, before I forget, I hope your dentist thing goes well, Mr. Git, and I hope you're all right. By the way, I saw your tweet briefly, so I was thinking of you. I hate dentists. Hate them so much. You gave me like second-hand anxiety, so I didn't even want to engage with the tweet. I was like, ah! Like, ah! Yeah, I hope it all goes well. Yeah, Larry, I put it this way. If I became like an adult star, which is unlikely, I wouldn't be able to do it now. Cameras are too high resolution. But I'd have been alright back in the, I'd say around about like the 90s. Maybe it would have been alright. Like, by the time you got more than like 6 pixels, that's when it's a problem. Yeah, well, it's cool. Look, you get it. Once it's done, it's done. So let's not talk about it though. It's something that bothers me. It's just something I really have a problem with. Should wear Santa while streaming, yeah. Look at this, moving my car on the mini-map. I love this innovation, having a mini-map with your car. I mean, by putting my car behind my actual car on the mini-map, it looks like I'm drifting, but I quite like that. But having a mini-map with your car over the top of it, with it faded like this, I think is a really, really good way of doing a mini-map. If you don't mind me saying. And you've got the car radar as well, so if there's other people near you can see them, you can see that if you're driving like a weirdo track, it'd be better if it drew further into the distance, upwards. But it's actually a really good way of... well, I don't know, I think it looks cool. Toot my own horn here. When's the iRacing streams? Oh, I don't know. Probably next year. It's been nice to have a break from iRacing. Yeah, Bcast is on the right. Oh, I need to actually do a lap here. I'm just tootling around in this. I really, well, it's going to be what, at least another 3 months until iRacing does their weather update. I really don't know how they're going to do the weather without changing the tyres. It doesn't make sense to me. It already drives like you're driving wet tyres on a, or slick tyres on a wet road. So why, how are they going to make it, unless they've massively changed the tyre model, but then they would have to change the tyres on all the cars. So I don't know how they're gonna make it work. I don't know. It'll be interesting though. There'll be loads of salt. It'll be amazing. Well, we're not getting a good lap. It's a shader patch car radar. Just raining all the time. Yeah, just raining all the same time at the same. Yeah, exactly. You worked it out. Right, we're going to start in the punt zone here because why not? All good fun. Just got to change something there. I don't know how much fuel we need for this. Can someone do a sound alert so I can just test that it's working, my settings are working?
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, I know what we need to do. Can someone do it again? Can someone do another sound alert?
Okay, let's go.
Oh, is that? Could you guys hear that? Try it again. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's working. Perfect. I just had to change the.
Let's go.
Perfect. Let's go. Because I did it yesterday and then I forgot to save the profile, and then when you reboot, it forgets. How much fuel we need? Let's just put 28. Alright, let's go 30. That's fine. Let's see if recording works. See if this stays smooth or if my computer melts down. Get ready for meltdown. This is Pac-Man Advanced 3D by Namco Arcade. Really good. Google spreadsheet of every mod I'm using. Oh yeah, I really like making spreadsheets. Why would I make a spreadsheet just for you? I might do a video with a bloody spreadsheet. Specifically a Google spreadsheet. Sorry, I only use Excel 90 from Windows 95. I could just do a bloody. Are you like do you work in business or something? The only reason you'd suggest a spreadsheet is if you work in like middle management, or you're an accountant or something. Jesus Christ! Now I do a video with links under it because that's what all the kids use these days. Bloody, no one uses spreadsheets apart from Niels. Niels Helsingvelt's the only person using spreadsheets now. Bloody Google spread. Do you go up to women that you're trying to date and you go, all right, love, could you make a Google spreadsheet of why we should have a relationship for me, please?
Okay, let's go.
Google spreadsheet. Can you just put together a Google spreadsheet of what presents you'd like for Christmas? For Google spreadsheet. I've just been to the doctor's. Doctor, could you put together a Google spreadsheet of what's wrong with me? I'm not feeling very well. I'd like a Google spreadsheet. Be polite. Oh, he likes to give the ladies his PowerPoint. Oh dear. It's terrible. That's awful. Spreadsheet dating. Technically, most people working with spreadsheets are doing spreadsheet dating. Ah, dear, these are like terrible office jokes. No, don't even try it. Don't nose sniff. Nigel von Slom. Absolute nose sniffing me. So there's a distance where you know as the car in front what the car behind can actually do without hitting you, and what's also useful for the car behind and what isn't. So you don't defend the inside if you know it's completely pointless for the car behind to do a move, because you go, the car behind's not that stupid. But guaranteed, you always have to defend the inside for an extra 5 meters for what you would think that would be enough for the car behind to go, yeah, I'm too far back. Because they just see the big open space and they're like, I'm coming through. I mean, I never do that, obviously. I'm pretty pro at driving clean. I do have a 9.0 safety rating, 9.5 or something. I'm actually almost immaculate on my safety rating, so, you know, I'm a bit of an expert at this. Bit of a knowledgeable chap. How good is this, though, right now? Everyone's driving really properly. This looks like a real-world MX-5 race. there's 25 cars of miserable MX-5 owners. Fantastic. I can't believe none of you guys commented on my hair today, by the way. I gave myself a haircut. Not one of you mentioned my hair. None of you were like, oh, we really like what you've done with your hair today. Nobody cares. If I was like a hot female streamer and had a haircut, you'd all be like, oh, I like your new hair. Your hair looks nice. No, I never get that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Red Joined. Really appreciate it. It's really nice that you noticed. Oh, can we get a good run here? Let's try it. And let's understeer off the corner. That's the style I'm going for, Phil Locker. That is my haircut. I'm using an R12, not an R9. If your wheel's overheating, just turn the power down on your wheel and turn the force feed back up in game. This space is going to disappear, isn't it? Let's go for it anyway. There it is. Whoa, that was close. He almost took himself out. That was very close. Oh, here we go, here we go. The orange car's going to be trying to come through. No. No space for you, mate. Oh, the orange car backed right off. Here we go, here we go. Let's try and get a nice run and exploit the mistakes they're going to be making. Here we go. Woo! Coming through. We saw that. Beautiful. Couldn't quite hook it up on that green car, though. Beautiful. Beautiful Moses moves. Oh, that's so nice playing this game with it being completely smooth. I'm really glad I went back to the streaming PC. It's the thing is, using two PCs is a little bit annoying for audio. And it's annoying with so using a capture card, it can be a bit annoying at times, but it was a risk getting. So I bought a four-port HDMI splitter that strips the HDMI. I know those of you that were here earlier know this, but we bought this splitter that takes a 4K 120, puts that through for the EDID, which is the information of the TV to the computer, passes one through to the TV at 4K 120, and these are 120 Hz monitors, but then it does seamless 1080p 60 FPS downscaling, so then I can have another one going out off the splitter to the separate PC, and it completely seamlessly on a chip downscales it to 1080p 60, which is amazing. So most of the capture cards struggle a little bit with 4K 120, and doing pass-through on capture cards often has issues. Yeah, so when I'm live streaming, I run thank you. I run AC at 120 Hz VSync, and then make sure the game never drops below 120, so it's always hits the VSync perfectly with no issues, which gives you 8 milliseconds of input delay, which is for a racing game with force feedback, it's perfectly fine, and you get like a completely perfectly timed image. Yeah, I've used NDI teleport and stuff. It doesn't work very well. You end up getting stutter. You still get load on the system. You're actually better off using streaming on the same PC, you're better off using OBS on the PC that you're on and encoding on the PC you're on than you are just using NDI and sending that to another computer, unless you were doing like insane encoding, obviously. But like the problem with, hang on, what's going on here? So the reason why people say turn VSync off is because it does add in, if you can't hit the VSync value, you will get like really chronic stutter. VSync at less than 120 Hz does add in significant input delay. So like 60 Hz VSync with like 15 milliseconds of delay, well 12 milliseconds of delay, it's horrendous. And if you're not live streaming, you can use like a variable refresh rate instead of VSync. But if you're live streaming using capture cards and stuff, often you can't use variable refresh rate. But for also, people just regurgitate what they read online without actually thinking about it. So for a first-person shooter, you wouldn't use VSync at all because 8 milliseconds of input delay is unplayable with a PC FPS. So I mean, the absolute ultimate thing you can do for driving games or any game would be having like a 400 megahertz or like a 350 plus megahertz monitor, and then use variable refresh rate, VRR, G-Sync or FreeSync, and then the monitor is always just going to match with the frame rate, and then you also would hope that the game is running at least 150 or so FPS or 120 FPS and more. That would be the absolute best option for frame timing and everything. So one of the things with driving games is, rather than just having like really high frame rate or one of the things is like frame timing is more important for driving games, because you really notice the way you notice your speed is through the consistency of the frames. And if you have inconsistent frames, it feels like you're accelerating and de-accelerating, or it feels like you're turning faster and slower. So frame timing is more important than absolute frame rate. Thing is, if your game's running at like 200 FPS, it's at enough frequency where the frame timing will be such that you won't notice those the differing intervals in frame timing. How can you enjoy this sim if you have to do all this? What are you on about, King of the Hatch? What are you on about? I'm talking about live streaming myself, and I'm talking about stuff that applies to every single driving sim. Nothing's working. Well, I don't know what you're doing wrong. Have you got a fresh install of Assetto Corsa? What? Are you trying to install it on an Apple Mac? Are you an Apple user? Are you an Apple user? Come on, do you only have one mouse button? I think this is the problem. Oh, there goes another one. Oh, this is nice. That's not a nice thing to say. I prefer to use the word simple people. I don't know what the difficulty is. So you get fresh install of AC. Buy AC Ultimate Edition, or if you don't have Ultimate Edition, make sure you've bought all the DLC that's for Assetto Corsa. Right. On Steam. You've got that. Run that once. See if it loads and if it works. It should do, but like just see if it works. Right. If that loaded and you can load into a level, right, at least you then know that AC works and there's nothing else wrong with your computer that's causing issues somewhere else. Right, you've got that done. Then you head over and you download Content Manager. Oh, that was good. He's just driven off the track to get out of the way. That's very kind of him. Get Content Manager. Then you Then you, I mean, presumably your wheel and pedals are set up from getting AC to work, but then what you do is you launch a game through Content Manager. No mods or anything, just launch a track with a car, some AI or whatever. Does that work? Okay, it should do. I don't know why it should not work. Right, okay, you've done that. Then you download the latest version of Shader Patch, which I think you can download it in Content Manager, to be honest. It doesn't even have to be the latest version. Just get Shader Patch that's in Content Manager. Right, install that by clicking on it. Then load into the game. Does it work? Okay, it's all working, no problems. Fantastic. Then what you do is you get the version of Pure, either the latest version or the one that's available on their Patreon. And you follow the instructions, which I think now just involves clicking a file, but like, and then you load up. Does it work? Right, okay. You've got through that point. Then you're like, okay, now you download a track. And you're like, right, you drag it into Content Manager. And at the top right, you click install. Then you load up that track and you go, does it work? It's not really that hard though. Look, it takes longer to load Gran Turismo for the first time on a PlayStation 5. I was actually really surprised because I bought a console. I bought a PS5. Well, it was more with the PS4 actually. I hadn't used a console for a long time. I had an Xbox 360. I had a SNES. I had a Dreamcast. Consoles in the past were literally put the CD in and play the game, right? I was actually blown away by the PS4 in that to play a load of games, I had to put the game in the CD drive. Then I had to get a PS Plus account. Then I had to download and update. Then that had to install. Then I had to update the PlayStation. Then I had to install. Then I had to update the game. Then I had to install. And all these things take ages. It took like 4 hours. So honestly, yeah, it does sound difficult because I don't know what's going on. It just sounds like you have to do something. That's all it is. And then, yeah, it's not all within the same game thing or same game interface. So I think that's also something that puts people off. But like, the thing is, we're not talking about an arcade game, are we? This is for a driving simulator, where the whole point of driving simulators is fiddling with knobs and getting no result of any value. If you can't deal with installing mods for AC, which is, on the grand scheme of things, nowhere near as complex as mods for just about any other game, like Skyrim, bloody Operation Flashpoint, DCS, Microsoft Flight Sim. Installing mods for AC is the easiest game to install mods for. Like, it's easier than R Factor 2, really. And R Factor 2 is not that hard. So, if you can't do that, it's like, well, how are you going to deal with, I don't know, understanding basic car setup, or learning a racetrack, or, you know, just the actual parts of the game. So with DCS, it's like, well, you know, that's why the mod installing is difficult, because you need a degree to turn an aeroplane on. Yeah, I'd say the only problem with Content Manager and mod installation is that some rando mods, you use the classical way of having to manually extract the files. That's less now, but there was a large period where some cars or you know, some content had to be installed manually, which would throw people off. Internet Cafe times. Well, did you play Codename Eagle though? That was the Internet Cafe game. Halo demo, Codename Eagle, Enemy Territory, Operation Flashpoint, Tribes. Do you see they're bringing out a new Tribes games coming out next year? Is it Tribes Ascension was the Tribes, and then Tribes 2 was like 2004. I never liked tribes. Yeah, so I get it's frustrating when something doesn't work, but you guys know I'm a bit slow with certain things, and yet I managed to get mods working, so if I can do it. We're doing the LMP3 race next, so I want to try and beat my PB. This is a really nice track, Mugello. Oh, we got the yellow, orangey yellow cars back. So they always punt you off on the outside of the corner here. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he must have run wide on the. He went deep. What do you mean F3 in 3 hours? Yeah, the other thing that was really confusing with AC was the installation of Soul and Pure, but now they've just made it so it's only Pure. So that's a lot easier. Like, it was complicated when it was like, oh, you have to drag these files in. Well, even though it wasn't that complicated, but you had to go through a list of stuff where you could mess up. And now, and you'd have to have a certain order of stuff. Now it's not that bad. Oh, thought I was in front of him there. Sorry. The thing I could understand being a little bit complicated is if you want to twiddle around with settings more with Shader Patch and you want to get the absolute best performance and frame timing. So I can understand that being a bit of a fiddle, but you just do that through trial and error. And it also depends, like if you've got a moderately fast computer, like a 1080 Ti or better, AC runs so well. Like you could have like just the generic settings and it runs fantastic and looks great. AC basically runs on a graphics calculator. I'm actually running this. You guys haven't. I kept it as a surprise, as a secret. I'm actually running this on an Abacus. There's a really sweaty Greek guy. There's a really sweaty Roman. I work him hard. He can do at least 10 operations per second. It's pretty impressive. Our final corner here. Will we get punted? No. Oh, he's coming back. Ah, he's beaten us. Man, that made that wider line allows for a much faster. Have I got TC on or something? Good driving by Mark there. I'm surprised he managed to leave the corner faster. Why would someone want to limit their FPS? Well, one, they probably want to keep their electric bill down. Two, if the game runs really quickly, like really fast, you don't need to be running at 500 FPS. If you're on a mobile device, you'll use less power as well, so the battery will last longer. If you're using, you might limit FPS to keep the frame timing within the G-Sync or the hertz of the monitor to get better frame timing. Yeah, there's quite a few reasons why you might want to limit FPS. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. So I would argue for racing simulators, you're better off at 120 hertz, so there's going to be a crossover point, but at 120 hertz, which is 8 milliseconds of input delay, you are better off having the VSync frame timing of every frame being delivered totally consistently, so the image is immaculate, like immaculately smooth, like it all flows exactly the same rate. You're better off having that with 8 milliseconds of input delay, or like delay between. It's not really input delay, but you know what I mean. Let's call it input delay. You're better off having that than if you had 4 milliseconds, so half the delay, but the frame timing's intermittent and like little stutters and other stuff going on. But I would say you're better off having tearing, random stutters and stuff if you go to like, if you're on like 60 hertz, because 12 milliseconds of input delay is insane. Ideally, once you get to about 150 to maybe like 200 hertz, then you've got VSync at that rate, or it's going to be like what, like you're going to get into imperceivable levels of input delay, even if you're playing with a mouse. But to be honest, if you're not live streaming, you would just use variable refresh rate, G-Sync or FreeSync, which would achieve the same thing, and you could also get good frame timing. 120 FPS isn't unplayable, clearly. There's neither 60 FPS. But I mean, I think it's terrible. 60 FPS is awful. Also, there's a difference between 120 FPS and your screen running at 120 hertz with VSync at 120 FPS if your computer has the overhead to deliver VSync where it never drops a single frame. Um, 120 FPS for an FPS. Yeah, the other thing is, if you're using like an LCD versus an OLED, when you use an LCD screen, there's delay in the pixel timing. So stuff like 120 hertz VSync on an LCD will look worse than on an OLED. So in fact, let's say you have an amazing LCD gaming monitor, but it's 120 hertz, or you're running 120 hertz VSync on an LCD screen. There will also be an additional 2 to 4 milliseconds of input delay created by the pixel switching time and the grey to grey time. But let's say it's 2 milliseconds, which is a pretty good gaming LCD. Well, if you're playing on an OLED, there's no delay. Well, it's 0.02 or something. So when you're running 120 VSync, it is literally 8 millisecond delay on an OLED, but on an LCD, it's actually getting upwards to 10 milliseconds, which would be more of an issue for a lot of people. When a game bugs out and limit my FPS with VSync to 120, yeah, because it depends what you're playing. It entirely depends what you're playing, and it depends on the screen that you're using. There's multiple factors to it. So if you've got an OLED screen, you will notice. If you've got G-Sync or FreeSync, this doesn't really matter so much, especially with higher frame rate monitors, because it actually solves most of the issues anyway. But if you don't have G-Sync or FreeSync, what you'll notice is on an OLED, you lose the absolute clarity of stuff. So on the way with G-Sync, and I think with as I say, with FreeSync, and I've not really tested it on this screen with everything, but with VSync at least, on an OLED screen, everything is always pin crystal sharp perfect. Like, it's perfect. Like, there's no blur, there's no motion blur there at all. It's completely perfect. And as I say, for a driving game, frame timing, I would argue, is more important than faster frames. Frame consistency is more important. But I don't know how you've set your screen up, so yeah, I use I'm not saying what you like or what's necessarily good for other people. I'm just explaining the reality of what each setting does. So it's like different people might compromise. Some people might be happy with frame time variation. Some people might be happy with a more blurry image. You know. Also, different games respond differently. Also, the internal frame rate of the game as well. If your game can only run at 100, like let's say you've got a 300 hertz monitor, but your game runs at 150 hertz, generally speaking, in most situations, it's not then going to be taking advantage of that higher refresh rate of the monitor for the hertz of the monitor to really operate properly. If you want to set G-Sync and FreeSync, you can do it in use the NVIDIA control panel and just force it through that. Someone's saying 120 or 240 is slow. No, so if you, I could totally. So if you use like a 500 hertz monitor and your game was running at like 400 FPS, or you had G-Sync or FreeSync linking it up and it's running at 300 plus FPS, I've not used one myself, but I can totally understand and logically deduce that it will have a perceptible difference that looks more like reality because of the way that you perceive reality. So even though in practicality for gaming and playing stuff, it's probably not going to really make any difference, really, you know, especially for driving sims, it's not going to make any difference. But like, it's a sense of presence that you get with a VR headset when you pass a certain threshold with a VR headset, which is using sort of it's 120 hertz or faster, 144 hertz, for example. And they also have super low latency screens, and there's a whole bunch of other tech that involved in VR that actually lowers the latency to get it on par with higher quality monitors in a sense, because there's different ways of doing it, different ways of timing stuff up to make it even smoother or better response. But anyway, the point is that when you look at a screen that's running at really, really high frame rates, like 300 plus hertz, and you've got motion on that, your brain perceives it way more like you're looking through a window at reality. And I think there probably is, like, there's very obvious thresholds with diminishing returns, and the most obvious threshold from the studies that I've looked into for VR in terms of sickness and general comfort is around 120 hertz. But I would imagine in terms of a perceptible difference, you're probably talking at around 350, 400 hertz. Would be, you get to a point where someone that's got good eyesight, someone that's not thick, you'd get to a point where basically borderline no one would notice any difference. But there's, as I say, it's like when you use VR, you can really sense a difference in presence and not presence. You could play the VR game perfectly fine, and it can look the same and generally be smooth, and there's no stutter or anything. But when you use a VR headset with a really high frame rate and the animations in the game are really like animated great and everything's set up perfectly, when you turn your head, it's like you're looking at reality, and most of that comes from the speed of the frame timing, a lack of delay. And that is a huge component of what makes stuff seem like real life as opposed to films and stuff. But also, a large part of that is probably due to cultural things of, like, so for example, films are 24 hertz or 23.957 or I don't know what it is, but like then using motion blur to make it look smooth. But then that's become stylistically what people see as a filmic style and is immersive in a filmic way and doesn't, it's just, that's just how that is. And so people then associate that with a sort of dreamy, like, non-reality. Whereas when you have that whole thing, that soap opera effect, when stuff's filmed in 60 hertz or 120 hertz, people perceive it as like, it doesn't look cinematic. It looks like a soap opera. It looks like I'm watching a play. So, yeah. There's so many variables to this and there's also a lot of people that look into it initially, it's exactly like the force feedback thing or field of view. Or it's like a lot of these things. There's like the general thing of, okay, V-Sync's generally bad and high frame rate's generally better. There's these general things which generally apply, but then if you want to actually go into it in depth, there's lots of subtlety to it where you can go, well, actually in this scenario, this is slightly better. In this scenario, And you're not. If you have a 120 Hz monitor, you want 120 FPS, then you don't need V-Sync or G-Sync because they match and no screen tearing will appear. It's pointless to have 100 FPS if your monitor can only take 60. No, Dr. Disrespect. That's not true. So, if you have a 60... So a lot of the issue is to do with so let's say your screen's running at 30 hertz and your game is running at 150 hertz. What it does mean is that part of the screen can update with the latest bit of image sooner than if you were running, let's say you were running the game at 30 hertz and the TV's running at 30 hertz. So if your game was running at 120, if your game was running at 60 hertz, 60 FPS, you have a 30 hertz monitor. It's not got V-Sync, you're not running G-Sync, you're not running a frame limiter. If your game is running at 60 hertz on a 30 hertz monitor, then it depends on the update, it depends on the scan line or the nature of the TV. But it basically means a frame can be displayed to the screen as soon as it's available from the game. Okay, so normally that's why you get tearing, because half of the screen is being updated before the bottom half. So it's almost like you're actually getting 60 hertz out of a 30 hertz TV. Half the TV is updated. That's what screen tearing is. So even if your monitors, if you're not using V-Sync or FreeSync or variable refresh rate, if your monitor is 120 hertz, you would still be better off having a game run twice the speed or much faster. You'll get less latency, it'll run better. If you're using variable refresh rate, on the other hand, what will happen is the monitor communicates with the graphics card and the graphics card sends the latest thing to the monitor as quickly as possible, whether it's running at 30, 60, 100, whatever. But the thing is, unless your game is running still quite fast, it's it's hard to explain in a way that's clear. Like, you just need to read up on it. There's multiple variables. As I say, there's different situations where you would choose to do different things. We've got another race in a minute, guys. We're just waiting 8 minutes to the next LMP3. Yeah, you can get tearing, but if you use, without G-Sync or V-Sync, unless you could time things immaculately, which is probably not going to happen. Have you fixed it, King of the Hatch? You have to see it with your own eyes. You never saw anything past 60 hertz. You never... well, don't. Hello, the Burner King. I'm new. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, can you see what I did? Yeah. Should have gone for the Mohawk. Yeah, never get a note. So the lessons are, never use a gaming monitor which is like more than 60 hertz. Never do that. Don't even look at one. Right? Never use an OLED. Never use a gaming monitor or an OLED. I'm telling you, it's not good. Like the moment I used a gaming monitor, and even like 100 hertz gaming monitor, it's like, you cannot use anything less than 100 hertz. You like if you've used a 100 hertz monitor and then you go on a 60 hertz monitor and you move a mouse on the screen, you're like, and then now having used even with 120 hertz, it's not as bad as going back to 60. But if you use 120 and then use 100 hertz, you're like, oh gosh, not. Oh. and then when you use an OLED and you use an LCD, you're like, oh my god, it's like you're drugged. Like an OLED is always sharp. Like there's no blur. It's always perfect. And then the color depth as well. But that's not really. So the OLEDs were marketed on.
3,
Oh,
2, 1.
sis for.
Go.
I'm still running A1660 Super. Am I able to push racing games at 1440p or 4K, you think?
160 super. Thank you, Ronez Racer. Really appreciate the donation. What's the 1660 super? Hang on. 4K in AC. Hang on. 1660 super. What's that? 1660 super versus, let's compare it to 2070 Ti. So, because I know what that's like. So, spec wise. Right. Okay, so it's 40% slower.
The pace car is out of control.
You would have to turn the graphics, like if you were aiming for in Assetto Corsa with shader patch at 4K, you're probably gonna have to go for 2x AA and have the graphics on low to hit 100 FPS with a 1660. I would imagine. I would say you're probably better off running 2560 by 1440 with that graphics card, and you just get better results from that. You'll get better frame rate, and it'll still look really good. That would be that'd be my intuition with that. Because 4K really hammers older graphics cards or slower graphics cards. So that's just my intuition. Thanks very much for the donation. Maybe you should have put that donation into upgrading your graphics card. Tony 2 times. Do I think they will release more large format gaming monitors? They are due, yeah. This year, already at the end of this year and next year, there's a whole bunch of 27, 32, like 16:9 and ultra wides and curved gaming monitors coming out. Yeah, which are OLEDs, and they're between 240 hertz at the low end and like, yeah. You do get burning on an OLED if you leave something on the screen for ages, but for a gaming monitor, it's largely irrelevant. like I'd say OLEDs would be a problem if you're doing office use, but I don't know why you would necessarily use like a gaming OLED for office use. But I've had these monitors for like 2 years now, and there's no real perceivable burning. In practical sense, if I make the screen one single colour, you probably see a bit of variation on it, but it's basically irrelevant. It's nowhere near the... So compared to like... You're probably old like me, and so when you say burning, you're probably thinking of like rear projection TV burning or like plasma TV burning, where plasma TV, you're like, if you left a single thing on the screen once for overnight, that's it. I've left like a white window on my screen, but accidentally overnight for so like 15-20 hours, and it was burnt in for that thing, and then I just ran a pixel refresh and it got rid of it. You wish you'd gone extra for a 6800 XT. The only graphics card anyone needs, let's be honest, I've got an advert. We're sponsored by this company, so let's just watch this advert. This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2. Yeah, but what more do you need, guys? And what more do you need? The best graphics card ever made. I'm glad to have partnered with them. Don't need anything better than that. Oh, also, check this out. Look what Matt Malone made us a while back. For those of you that haven't seen it.
Oh, looks like Gamer Muscle's taking a little bit of a break right now from the stream. Just hang tight. He'll be back shortly. Just wanted to come on and let you know that looks like he's taking a little bit of a break from the stream right now. He's probably making a fresh hot cup of tea, getting a biscuit, you know, thinking about his next 7th place finish in a F4 race, maybe. You never know. I mean, heck, he doesn't only play iRacing. He plays all sorts of sims, you know. He's getting in there on the other sims. I could name him if I knew him, but he's out there. He's having a good time. You're having a good time in chat. You're having fun expressing your opinions, letting him know how much you love the stream. Hey, he might even sing you a song.
walking here.
Auto-tune going, you know. It's a great time. We're all having a great time. Aren't we we're having a great time. So just sit back, relax. The stream will continue once he's back. I'm sure he's got some story that happened on his way to the kitchen or something. Maybe, you know, something happened. He'll share with you all the juicy details. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream.
Ah, genius. It's Matt Malone. We've got a race in 2 minutes. Yeah, well, I'm tweaking the green screen. He was stood too close to the green screen, you know. What a noob. It's almost like he just filmed it in a small room and didn't have a full recording studio. I mean, that's unacceptable, really. For a professional Twitch streamer, he should really have a green screen that can be backlit and he can stand 3 meters away from it like the pros do. So there's no spill. But you know, he's a bit of an amateur, so. Bit of a noob. In his corporate iRacing shell costume. Shill costume. Shill or shell? Wilson and Cars. Anyone ran a 7900 XT on triples? I haven't. Rivian NTNT was that the? So I had a GeForce 256. There we go. Servers up. PB inbound. There we go. So this is where it happens. This is the magic. But yeah, thanks guys for supporting us. Really appreciate it. Thanks for clicking the like button, following. You know, all that stuff. Really appreciate that. And thanks for the donations we had as well. And allows me to buy capture cards and stuff and all that crap. And just spontaneously buy repeater cards. Yeah, thanks for being a member on Twitch and YouTube. The list will be updated today, actually. The new list. I don't know if we might pass. I don't know if we're sustaining 300 or if we're going to get more. The goal would be to if we get to 500 overall, would be mental. But yeah, it's going good. Thank you. We appreciate it. There we go. A sip of tea and we'll do some laps. Yeah, so back onto the monitor thing. Ultimately, when
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, Liu Kang! Thank you very much for gaining EP. Oh, would you like a rocket? We fixed the rocket after the stream yesterday. You ready? Look at this. You ready, guys? Look at that rocket go! hyperspace. Yeah, ultimately, when monitors effectively have unlimited frame rates, basically when all monitors are effectively above 300 hertz, and that's just like, oh, that's just how it is, you know, which is the way it's going to go for sure, especially because everything will be OLED in the future. There'll be no reason to have LCD. Everything will just be some form of OLED. And then it'll be like, oh, the 300 hertz. Like, you'd just be like, oh, that'll just be the standard. Like 1080p was the standard, you know. When that happens, and also variable refresh rate will just be the standard, then that basically removes pretty much all the issues that you have with tearing, stutter, timing. You know, I mean, you'll still want to run your game as high a frame rate as possible with settings, but OLED or LED, like OLED is a billion times better than LCD, almost always. The only thing LCD beats OLED on at the moment is durability. In terms of like, it's easier to physically damage OLED at the moment. So like so one of the downsides with OLEDs, if you do trade shows and that kind of stuff, where you're like, you know, you do promotional stuff, LCDs can be really badly handled in terms of sticking them in a van or driving long distances, them getting knocked and stuff. Well, specifically, if everything has variable refresh rate and the monitors do like 200 plus hertz, I think I've noticed, well, first of all, G-Sync, and then NVIDIA's a bit weird at times with G-Sync. It doesn't always work perfectly with Windows, especially with triple screen and stuff. Oh, hang on, my neck needs sorting out again. But also, as I say, I think you need higher frame rates as well. Yeah, you broke the rule. Never look at an OLED screen. I mean, I really want like, so I'm using these 120 hertz LG C1 OLEDs. They're really, really nice. I'm totally spoiled having them. But I would really like, as I say, like a 200 hertz OLED. But to be honest, for live streaming, I wouldn't be able to use it anyway, because even now I'm having to strip the image, and I can only pass through 120 hertz anyway. So you start getting to like really, you get into like cable bandwidth issues, especially for cables that are over 2 meters in length. I guess what they're gonna have to do is use, and I'm surprised it's not happened sooner, but like fiber optic cables for monitors as a bog standard thing. Oh, well done for finishing 7th. Well, so assuming my encoding settings are decent, which hopefully they are now, because I'm playing at 120 hertz. V-Sync, which is totally smooth, and then I'm downscaling to 60 hertz using a chip. Basically it should produce a really smooth output, because it's got, well, as long as it shouldn't matter either way if it's synced up, but normally when you keep the ratios exactly the same, you then end up with a smoother result. So even when I was streaming on the PC, from the PC without the capture card, by having the game at 120 and streaming at 60, I guess you effectively have two frame opportunities for each frame that the encoder grabs, or OBS. So it always has a perfect frame. It always has a perfect frame every interval. So yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised fiber optic cables haven't caught on quicker for video. Like for audio, it's kind of pointless, and for most short distance networking, actually, you wouldn't even need it for script. Yeah, I don't understand why we don't just use like network cables for TVs. So what? Can someone just Google how much data in like gigabits per second 4K 120 is? Like a Cat 6 Ethernet cable can do like... Okay, it's 40 gigabits a second. Right, fair enough. What's the maximum bandwidth for a Cat 6? I mean, Category 6 is normally just the insulation. What for network cables? What's the maximum gigabits? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, so it is weird that we're not using fiber optic cables. I guess the problem is with a TV is still going to use an encoder and decoder to convert the electricity going through that cable into a digital signal. Yeah, it's really weird. So the audio industry, FDIF or SPDIF or whatever it's called, you have you have fiber optic for them, which is really weird because you don't. I get the idea is to get rid of noise, but there's no reason why a bog standard cable that's insulated properly shouldn't have noise. I guess for ground loop and feedback. So actually, it does make sense. That would make sense why you'd have that as an audio thing, but nobody uses it properly anyway. But yeah, for TV, you would have thought we're probably not that far off it, having the next sort of display port that uses fiber optic or something. I don't know why you wouldn't. I guess, as I said, maybe it's to do with the fact that you have to convert to light, and then rather than maybe it's easier to not do that. Oh, well, it'd be cheaper, presumably. It's just a paradigm, isn't it? Well, yeah, I get that. You can look down a fiber optic cable. It's not going to damage you, unless you mean like folding it, but then you just reinforce the cable. Yeah. I mean, DisplayPort cables, you just reinforce the cable. It doesn't have to be a thin cable. I bet it's just to do with, I think it's to do with the converting the electric signal into a visual and how that operates. So it would only make sense once you pass a certain bandwidth requirement. So that's why for internet cables, well, yeah, I think you probably just have to pass a certain bandwidth threshold for it to make sense. To be honest, I can see, you know, like AI upscalers and stuff. I can see that being a solution to loads of stuff in terms of like a TV. It will have an upscaler built into a chip that uses machine learning that can do like diffuse, like that diffuse, what's it called? The AI rendering, basically, and then ultimately, you can already do that in near real time now using a insane mainframe, but like you could. There's no reason why you couldn't eventually put that on a chip. It's kind of what Nvidia is partially doing already. So that basically solves a bandwidth thing. If the chip can get a signal that's like a quarter of the resolution, but effectively recreate the image through machine learning to the desired output, there you go. So I think that's quite likely to happen before brute forcing it becomes the standard. I mean, arguably a large, what's it called when it's like stable diffusion? What's that type of model called? Arguably that is brute forcing still. It's just preemptive. It's like preemptively brute forcing. Yeah, no, that you can't equate IQ to ChatGTP. That's not how it works at all. They're just making a false equivalence for the sake of marketing, or it just doesn't work like that. But what? So if you're gonna put an IQ on a large language model, what you're actually doing is saying a person that had an IQ of X with this amount of educational background could probably research or put out this kind of output in what they would put out. But that is a very different thing to it having an IQ of 140, if you see what I mean. So for example, an abacus potentially can do, let's say you're like a 6-bead or a 60-bead abacus has a potential of performing mathematical output that only a person with like a 200 IQ could produce in their head. That does not mean that a 30-bead abacus is the same as someone that has 140 IQ, if that makes sense. Like it. I think people get confused on this. This is my worry with AI, is that people falsely attribute it general intelligence. Let's get the tyres right. Here we go. Let's go racing. Yeah, so IQ is just a formal test that one can take that tests the ability of someone to do that test, and then you can get a large number of people to take the same specific test, and then you can go, well, these people were good at that test more in a certain quantifiable way than these other people, and from that we can say, oh, this person's particularly good at working memory. This person seems to be particularly good at abstract problem solving. The biggest utility of an IQ test is, for example, like for people that are dyslexic, like myself, you tend to find that people that are dyslexic or have various other different ways of learning and stuff, they will score really high on one part of the test and really low on another, whereas an average person would score equally across all parts of it. So that they have a more uniform. It's not better or worse. They just have like a more uniform way of being able to do the test. So the test doesn't say someone's more or less intelligent. It's just a useful tool for going, oh, that's how that person differs, and then using that information, we could go, well, that person probably wants to be able to open a bank account and write their name, so we can use these tools to then spend more time on them being able to do those things. So anyone that anyone that mentions their IQ, generally speaking, as an idea that they're intelligent is an immediate demonstration that they're probably pretty dumb. Ironically, it's probably one of the biggest indicators of how stupid someone is if they proudly present their IQ. So I guess it does work, not in the intended way. Only if they say I've got a high IQ, Ray censored. No, Dunderjester. The point of an IQ test, as it's used, is it helps you determine how different people do the test. But yeah, it doesn't. An IQ test doesn't do anything outside of that. It doesn't, by default, make you go, oh well, this means this person is more clever. That's really not the point of it. Also, I hate the term neurodivergent. It's stupid. Like, well, how it's used is stupid. The word might be fine, but it really annoys me, probably irrationally, when people are like, I'm neurodivergent. Oh, fuck off. You're just another person. Everyone's another person. Everyone has different everyone has different learning. And I say this as someone that went through special needs education, so I'm allowed to say that. You can't cancel me for that, because technically I'm neurodivergent. I mean, come on. Oh, here we go, into the zone. Yeah, it's... How do I get hit in the back? I was proper sending it. How do I get rear-ended? How do I get rear-ended? I was the one sending it. What? What are they doing? Come on, guys. How do I get rear-ended? How do I get rear-ended when I'm the one sending it? I was the one doing the ludicrous move. How did I get hit in the rear? I was like, oh, I'm well sending this. And I was like, at least I won't get hit in the rear. Nah, it's good fun. Alright, we've got a race now. I've got a little bit of a flat spot. Tyres are a little bit warm. That's the fastest way to warm it up. I do not understand how I'm the one that got hit. Wait for the car in front to brake, then just use them to brake. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think it works. We'll catch back up, guys. We got this. Car's not wrecked though. Yeah, it's all good though. Oh, shitting out. What's near Lund? Your mum says it's very... What are you talking about? Using the brake pedal? Oh, this always works. I trust AC players to do oval racing. Oh no, wait a minute. No, I don't. That's the one thing I trust iRace. Where are you going? The one thing I trust iRacers on is ovals. That's it, but not AC players. Where they're going, where they're going, where you going, where you going. Jesus Christ. 3 wide. Fuck you, Franco. You don't take it 2 wide in the kink. Hello, Spitfire. 2 wide. Fuck you, Franco. You don't go 2 wide in the kink. Oh, dear. Inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside. Alright, we're catching back up. We didn't lose too much. We didn't lose too much, actually, from those contacts at the start, so it's all good. iRacing voice chat's always iconic. Yeah, people seem to calm down a bit on iRacing voice chat, which is annoying. It's going to be amazing in the wet. I might do next year. Next year I might do another challenge. For yearly 5k iRacing challenge. We're doing 6k iRacing challenge. That'll be next year's. Oh, Christ. I almost died doing it this year, getting to 5k. Nah, you can't really do oval. Like, it's too boring. I mean, I enjoy it, but it's not really suitable for that kind of a... It's just a... I mean, if iRacing, as I say, has always gone about, if they made it so their tyres were like AC, where you can slide a bit, it'd be actually really fun doing the 5k challenge from a driving perspective. Too wide. I was so wrecked from that. It's actually stupid. I'm not young. And 12 hours a day for 30 days in a row with, I think we had 2 days break. So 2 days break in 30 days of 12 hours a day of sim racing is not, that's just really bad. That is actually one of the dumbest things to do. But it's good fun. What makes no, I'd say iRacing is more entertaining than AC, generally speaking. What makes AC more fun to drive is the force feedback has more detail. So if you've got a nice force feedback wheel, you can feel what the car's doing more. So it's more engaging in that sense, and you can. The tyres are more forgiving in AC, so you can overdrive a bit and then find where the limit is without it wrecking you in the race. So it's more like our real cars are as well, generally speaking. So you can do more aggressive moves, and you can try different lines out, and you can correct it, and you can balance the car more at the limit. So it's more playful. You have more freedom as a driver in AC. Yeah, I mean, I'd argue you can catch too much in AC, in a sense. But in real cars, you can drive like an idiot in normal conditions, with tyres that haven't gone off, with a fairly decent car setup. Real cars can be driven mentally. If you're someone that knows has good sense of timing, and you're not obviously really, really fast, and you can catch most stuff, like a lot of stuff. As I say, like the difficulty.
I don't
hello.
like
Who's
ACC,
this guy?
but I do like the normalist.
The normal.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean R Factor 2 as well, and Race Room. It's not just AC. Like I am a fanboy of AC, like obviously, because I like so many aspects of it as well, and I do. I've got used to it as well. I mean, to be fair, I'm used to iRacing, but R Factor 2 and Race Room also both allow you to drive in a way, like it might not be perfect, it might be its own specific thing, but it allows you to drive in a natural way, like it allows you to just drive. iRacing and ACC is more forgiving than iRacing, but there's something messed up with the physics as well in both those sims. There's just something off. Like you get stuck in trajectories, which only happens with real cars when the tyres are worn out, or there's something on the track, or the temperatures are wrong, or the pressures are wrong, or the setup's messed up. It's not like the default. Like go-kart tracks would not work. Go-karting would be illegal if real-world go-karts handled like iRacing drives. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, so there's cars in R Factor 2 that I'm totally happy to spend hours driving. They don't like that. The F4 car in R Factor 2, really, really nice. I think with R Factor 2, the problem it has is the force feedback is all over the place from car to car. And then the car quality is... The tyre model is so complicated, I think, to implement for car to car that stuff's a bit all over the place. Oh, there's no braking feel in R Factor 2 either. But yeah, like the F4 car is great to drive. Yeah, I would say iRacing and ACC are train simulators. R Factor 2, AC and Race Room aren't train simulators. That's probably the best way of putting it. In both iRacing and ACC, there is one line. It's like that. I mean, you can make mistakes, but it's just like... I don't know if it is weight transfer. I don't know. Yeah, weight transfer feeling can be force feedback as much as if it's there or not. It's really hard to quantify. Like I said, I don't know either way. Yeah, I played. So AMS2 is the best racing sim for Steam Deck at the moment, and I spent like 10 hours trying to get it to work with gyro controllers and just trying a whole bunch of stuff just out of curiosity. This is what I do when I should be sleeping. And honestly, there is a really good actually stability assist for rear grip loss, which actually is really well done because it's actually quite satisfying how it works and quite natural. It doesn't feel like an assist. But even with everything, even with all assists turned on, when using my Steam Deck, using either the joystick, using gyro, using touchpad, whatever, it feels like there's some weird stability thing. So that's outside the context of wheels and stuff. But to be fair, you do actually have stability in a real car in the sense of the caster setting is inherently stabilising the vehicle. Diff settings, there's a whole bunch of stuff that with a real car actually goes to make it more stable. But yeah, there's something weird with of course I sniffed it. Why do you think I'm in bed with it? High on the Steam Deck fumes. Yeah, the Steam Deck's incredible. I've been too busy playing on it to make a video about it. I might try and make a video about it over Christmas. Just the implications of it, and the only downside of the Steam Deck is I've spent like 20 hours trying to set it up to make it comparable to using a mouse for Counter-Strike, and you just can't. Like, there's no... I've really tried with gyro controls, and there's no way you can't... Basically, you can get it to about 60% of what's possible with a mouse. I'm pretty decent at first-person shooters. But so the big thing for me with the Steam Deck is I'll play games on the Steam Deck that I just wouldn't bother playing on my PC, and I would buy games for my Steam Deck that I just wouldn't play on a PC. So it's actually the best games console. The only thing that's lacking on a Steam Deck is obviously some games just aren't on it, but I'm sure that will change over time moving forwards. But it is the best games console because you get like the console experience where you could just load something up without thinking about it and just play. But you also get all the PC options of I'll compromise frame rate for graphics, or I will you know, or I'll have better graphics and lower frame rate. It like gives you the control. Is he making that? He is. Nice. I don't know if you could plug a wheel into it because it's Linux. I don't know if it would work. Yeah, I mean, well, I have that problem with the portable stuff as well, but it's not really about it being portable for me. It's about just having a dedicated gaming device, whereas a PC for me is a work thing as much as it is a gaming thing. I couldn't believe how it can run Counter-Strike at 90 FPS. Like, and the graphics look amazing. CS2, it blows my mind. It actually blows my mind on the Steam Deck. I'm just there, I'm like, oh. This is effectively, apart from you can plug a mouse into it, which is what I'll try doing. But basically, it's the same as having a PC, but it's a portable. Yeah, so, and then stuff I would really like, you know, like Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, the joysticks and the gyro and the touchpad and stuff. Oh, the other thing that's bad with it, there's a company that makes a mod for this. The D-pad isn't clicky, it's squishy and it's too hard to push, which is really annoying. The shoulder buttons are great. I don't know why and also the analog sticks on it are nowhere near as good as Xbox 360 controller analog sticks. But I've not tried it. I think you probably can do Euro Truck Sim on it. The pause and resume aspect of it is amazing. Like you just turn it, push the off button, and then when you push it back on, it starts up immediately. Oh yeah, rumble shit. Because it doesn't have proper rumble. It uses those. They're like basically speakers. They're tactile transducers. Yeah. So the buttons are crap on it. The analog sticks are passable, but nowhere near as good as the Xbox controller. Rumble is not very good on it. But I've missed that. As a gaming device is awesome. So I think that would be the thing that they should improve for future ones. You don't need variable refresh rate for a portable 90Hz gaming device, really. I mean, I play Rocket League on it quite a bit, and it looks perfectly fine. And to be honest, you're probably going to be playing at like a locked 90 FPS. Yeah, not really. I mean, yeah, why not? But variable refresh rate is a lot better if you've got higher hertz display. I personally, yeah, so there's people that play games at like 40 FPS and stuff. I can't. So I can't play anything under like 70 FPS anyway, so I just wouldn't play those games. So yeah, maybe if you play really low frame rate games, fine. But I couldn't.
car is out of control.
No, it's not about 144 FPS. It's about anything like below 70 FPS. I can't. It just feels off. Thanks for following. Well, there's only one more race on this track. So. I really don't know how people cope with games running at low frame rates. So it drives me crazy. I could not take it. Like back in the day when we would play GoldenEye and it would go down to like 8 FPS with slappers because we'd put landmines all over archives. And there'd be smoke everywhere at 4 FPS and you're trying to chop people. It was fine back then. Like, you know when someone fired a rocket because the frame rate would drop. And you'd be like, ah, did you have to fire a rocket? It was simulating the intensity of a rocket. Why am I not beating my PB? Yeah, it's because motion blur of an LCD has blur ghosting, and that's like this is somewhat equivalent to the blur that you get in like movies. So it masks frame rate and frame timing. No, but you know what? For some reason, Dow Dax, I was really thinking of doing a Google document with all the apps. Would you like me to put together a Google spreadsheet? I was thinking. Just occurred to me. I think I might do a Google spreadsheet of all the apps. Would you like that? Is that something you'd like? Why is there grass on my screen there? Yes, GoldenEye Source is awesome. I played it quite a lot. You had some like new maps for it and stuff as well. Yeah, would you like me to do a Google spreadsheet? Oh dear. No, I might do a YouTube video. Someone asked for a Google spreadsheet with all the apps earlier. That's why I'm joking. Right, we need to get a bloody 38. I'll be happy if I do a 38. Yeah, what's it called, that new OLED stuff? It's like micro... I can't remember what it is. It's not micro OLED. There's a different thing. I could do, yeah. Yeah, well, no, quantum OLED things are different again, and I think that's BS. That, like, really, it's just a plastic sheet. Quantum dot. It's just everything's quantum, so you can't really, I get what they're trying to do, and it's marketing, but. Okay, that's the same as quantum dot. Here we go, meta technology. What is it with marketers? Okay, so it's OLED, but it's using lenses that focus the OLED in a specific way. What it probably is it... So I'd imagine OLEDs are maybe not as directional as they could be. And the lack of directionality of an OLED means that you're losing brightness due to the light going in all directions. So if you use a lens to limit the directionality, then obviously the light there'll be more brightness in the direction that it is going in because it's not being diffused as much. So it's probably doing that. That would be my guess. I just made that up, so I could be totally wrong, but... Oh, wow, I'm well good at guessing these things. Oh, I win a prize. Yeah, so yeah, OLEDs have really wide viewing angles accidentally, just because of the... Whereas LCDs... It's ironic, actually, isn't it? That LCDs, historically... have terrible viewing angle and the goal would always be to increase it, and the OLEDs would accidentally have really wide viewing angle, so wide that it's a waste of the light. So you do the opposite, you specifically limit it. Who's Vincent? Oh, the Asian guy that does videos. What's his channel called? They do have, there have been some wallpaper-like TVs that you can stick on a wall. Like, they've got those panels that are basically flat. We might get some places here. There's cars in front of battling. Aren't you from the 1980s, Novotny? I know what you mean, though. Like, if you were to bring current technology back to, like, the 80s... Although, saying that, we had, like, the whole VR promotion stuff in the very late 80s, early 90s. And then a lot of the science fiction had already basically predicted it. You know. But, yeah, the... Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely have cylinders on our heads. That's the future. Imagine if that actually is the future. It's just a very good guess of headwear. Oh, I'm trying to catch these guys in front of us here. My braking's terrible today. Telly paint, paint telly up wall. Or, hear me out here, instead of using paint, you could just project the image. Almost like a light painter. We could call the device a projector. That would save you on painting and you wouldn't have to remove it afterwards. Imagine that. Which will catch on? I can't tell. Why have we got 6 wide? What's going on here? Have they put the wrong tire? Oh, hang on. What's going on? We just gained like 4 places. Fair enough. That's stupid. I want to paint my screen on. Who wants to project? Projecting's lame. Way better. For some reason, nobody wants to use my buckets of screen. They're all insisted on just using these bloody projectors. I don't know why. I thought this business idea was going to be a surefire success. Those billions we invested in this. Can't believe it didn't work out. God, I'm really surprised that it never took off. Oh, well. We wasted all that money on our painted screens. Let me just paint the spreadsheet with my Google spreadsheet on the wall with the apps. Thanks for following whoever that was. Appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to the screen painting channel. That would exist. Why go to the cinema? They're lame. They use projectors. Just paint on your wall the screen. But my wall's not big enough. Get a bigger wall. Then you can paint on it. Ah, okay. Ah, 7th place again. Why am I always in 7th place? Every bloody time. Oh, that was good fun, though. I'm slow today. I think I'm just tired. I'm happy that everything's working, though. Was the stream smooth on YouTube for you guys? We might have to stay up and do an F3, guys. I might need to get a potato or something. Potato! Because I'm getting pretty hungry here. I'm not going to do the Mazda Cup. I think we'll have a little break. Still stream. What do you mean? I'm always streaming. Lagged out? Thanks to everyone for following, though, and appreciate it. Is it lagging out for anyone else? Because I'm trying to lock the settings in here. What do you mean by lagged out? What are the ingest settings on YouTube? Let's have a look. Create a studio. I would show this on my screen, but I don't think I can. I think it'll give stuff I'm not allowed to show. Twitch is fine. Smooth. Yeah, so I suggest if you're on YouTube, if you've got a PC with an NVIDIA graphics card, if you do this, hang on. Change Chrome browser to use OpenGL for video.
The pace car is out of control.
What is it? There's a way where you can make it so that the Chrome and Firefox and stuff use OpenGL instead of DirectX, and it runs better. Like I don't know why it's so messed up otherwise.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Sus.
Have you heard about the new emergency number? And that's not the only thing that's changing. Nicer ambulances,
Faster response times and better-looking drivers mean they're not just the emergency services, they're your emergency services. So, remember the new number, 0118.
What? Is he been drinking again? What is that? The new So would you like a rocket? I don't even know what that was. Thank you very much. What was that? Oh yeah, the number where he's like 01181188111881111811, and then Moss is like, oh, it's easy to remember. You remember it? And then at the end it's like 5. Well, it was 5 at the end, wasn't it? It was like 5. Yeah, thank you very much. Our IT crowd's so good. I'm disabled. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. Oh, I'll give me a rocket here. Hang on. Beautiful. Where's the rocket gone? Here, I need an icon for this. You ready? Oh, look at that! Look at that go! Oh, look at it go! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful moment there. Tears. That's the real space race. Something fishy's going on. Yeah, I'm gonna I think I might make a quick beans. Have some beans. Is that the EP? No, that's a rocket. Obviously, just it's about out focus, so it might look like something else. Come on, ladies, come on, ladies, £1 fish. Come on, ladies, come on, ladies, £1 fish. £1 fish. Have a look. £1 fish. Have a look. £1 fish. Very, very good. £1 fish. Very, very cheap. £1 fish. Oh, you still haven't received your EP? Do you want to launch as well? Oh no, the EP. Yeah, no, it's just subtle. Subtle. Right, new shader patch is all working now. We've not had any. The game's been running very smooth. Should we try turning the graphics up? This is the PC gaming way. You're like, oh, everything's working. Let's break it. It's all good. Let's make it bad. Now, maybe that's what being British is. Everything's fine. Let's destroy it. No other countries that stupid. Yeah, it was just a bunch of fixes, so it only made it better. You can't fix something that's perfect, though, can you? I want to stream even higher quality to YouTube, though. This is the thing. But then it keeps pausing. Yeah, mess with it till it breaks. King of the Ash. What is the mod you use for stand-ins? On the right of your screen. Bcast Tools. And the mod under the mirror is called Race Essentials. Matto LC, what do you mean I had you? In the race? I can't remember what happened in that race. What does my shirt say? Barber laundryman. What? Made stronger. What? I've never bothered reading what was on this shirt. Barber laundryman made stronger. What? What's the bottom of it say? Oh, beach. 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 Beach.
Son of the beach. Beach.
the beach. Thanks for that. I've got a remix we're working on, but I want to do a video for it, so I can't reveal it yet. We'll have more remixes next year. Next year there'll be more remixes, don't worry. Son of the Beach. I need a shirt that says Son of the Beach. We could maybe we could go to like Fiverr or something and get someone to draw it, because I can't. Or maybe I could. I don't know. I don't know what. I need other people to just do all the work. I can't do work. It's too much to do. All I do is talk bollocks and drive. Right, we're going to sign up to the final LMP3, or is that already happened? Oh, hang on, it's got to. Oh no, that was the last LMP3. Road America. Oh, guys. Is it F3 or LMP3? Is it Road America? It's there with the LMP3. They're not. Oh, they've got the F3 Championship. How does that work? In 2 hours. Well, we're going to have to do Road America, aren't we? Oh, yeah. Oh, that was it. That's my last. Oh, Brands Hatch Indy in the TCR in an hour. Oh, my God. Why Indy, you idiots? LFM, you idiots. No. Oh, God. They always have to do something stupid. Why Indy, you idiots? How can you be so dumb? Why would you ever run the Indy? It's literally just a worse version of the racetrack. The only reason you run Indy in real life is because they can't afford to have marshals around the whole circuit, and you need more ambulances due to health regulation. There is no benefit to running the Indy track in a racing simulator because it's the same track with half the track missing. Why? Why would any... They did this in Race Room, they had an excuse. Oh, LFM guys, how? Why? Don't do the iRacing, moronic iRacing thing of running shit layouts of tracks. Like, if it's VIR, it's fine because the inner track, the North course, is actually good. It's got different corners. If it's Le Mans or... I don't know, there's a bunch of tracks where the VIR, Road Atlanta, Le Mans Road Atlanta, there's a whole bunch of circuits where the short layout is just a shit version of the track. Indy only makes sense if you're driving really, really crap slow cars. TCR in a bloody... full Brands Hatch would have been amazing, because the problem with the Indy track as well is there's no real opportunity to overtake apart from the hill druids. That is it. You might, and then it always causes carnage when you go for the final right-hander because there's no real place to properly overtake. Oh, why? What? Surely, I mean, I guess the Germans that run LFM, so they maybe don't understand Brands Hatch. You know, it's like running the short version of the Nürburgring for like that cut corner bit. Oh dear, why LFM? Come on, guys, I expect better of you. That's inexcusable. Swap it over. Swap it over. It'll still be fun. It's just stupid. The F3 will be good. What's that on? What track's it on? Circuit. Oh, Catalunya Moto. What's this? Oh, is that a shit track? Hang on, what is this? Oh, it's Barcelona, right? Barcelona. That's a good track. It's part of the in-game track. Why is it a different screenshot each hour? Right, we'll do the Road America. We could probably win the first Road America. Right, what do we need to get? I probably already have the track here. Say, the Germans know what they're doing, all right. I mean, Brands Hatch is the best track in the world, let's be honest. Hang on, what? They're still running. They're still in. They're still. Oh, I don't know. Here we go. They're running the NLS. What's that? Nürburgring Endurance. Oh, that's a special one-off race. Okay. Where's Mazda going to be racing at? Or they're not? Is Mazda gone? Why would they get rid of the Mazda? I'm really confused here. Thanks for following. In the car setup, current, there's a in the set scroll through and there's visual, and then you just turn it to 0 or 1 and it will turn the halo off. So hang on. So what's? Oh, here we go. Mazda. Oh, they're running. Oh, you idiots! They're doing the MX-5 at Brands Hatch Indy as well. No, come on, LFM. So stupid. Skywork, I'm going to time you out. Hang on, here we go. Right, time out for Skywork. I'm just going to time him out. There we go. Right, okay. The Road America will be awesome. Right. I'll be back in a bit, guys. I'm just going to get something to eat quickly. But thanks for all the support and all the subscribing and all that lot. I really appreciate it. We need like a... Do I have I have this screen. Does that help? Does that help you guys? My BRB screen. Is that good for you guys? I'll go get those spreadsheets done. Very pretty. It's a bit old though, because we're using Fanatec in the video and some other stuff. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just getting a fresh cup of tea and some beans. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, it's a good little break there. Yeah, I had to make some beans and stuff. There's noise on the line, I can hear it, but like if I touch this, hang on, let's see if we can fix it. You ready? Literally just touching it, I think fixed it. Yeah. It's just static. If I touch it, it discharges it. We need a ground. Right. I know. Why am I checking the Twitter? I know. I've met Boris in real life, but I didn't know who he was. But I met him in real life, only briefly. I think I was like, "Hello." That was it. Hello. Right, we're doing the prototype challenge at Road America. Let's see if we can join the practice here. I've got some beans as well. Should all work. Probably okay. Oh no, it's still on the... Oh no, there we go. Yeah, it might work. Off to the gulags. Yeah, well, Sky Wilk, it's the price you get. I rule this like a communist dictator. Look at this. We're all good. Alright, I've got some beans to eat though. Starving. Oh, Road America's amazing. It's one of my... I do like it. What worms are we not opening? Can of worms? Bucket of worms. Can you use a can of worm paint to paint a screen on the wall? That's what I want to know. Oh, I had to do the potato and... Niels won't like AC because you can't use spreadsheets with it. That's the only reason he sim races. Niels pretends to do sim racing. He's just spreadsheeting. Niels wishes that you could. Do you know in Windows? No, in Windows, the spreadsheet, Excel 98, I think it was, or 95, you can type something into the cells, certain cells, and it will load it. There's a flight sim built into it. It's actually built into the spreadsheet, into the software, like as an Easter egg. Does it? Okay, well, if it has spreadsheets, it will like it then. Spreadsheets are live. It's Road America's tricky to be quick on because it's got tight corners followed by long corners, but it's not. No, it's an easy-ish track because the corners are very obvious. You just have to know the line and carry the speed. You'd have to commit to carrying the speed through the corners. That's mostly what it is. It's not. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a hard track. I don't know what's hard or easy for different people. I mean, people say Suzuka's a really hard track, but for me, that's not a hard track. Whereas I find like really small pokey tracks hard. Or no, I find tracks where the corners all look the same difficult. Flat circuits as well. Takes me ages to learn flat tracks. If it's hilly, then it's a lot easier. Oh. It's too hot to eat. It's potato and beans. Because the potato's starting to go off, so I've got to eat it. Oh, no, Nords I find alright. Nords is hard because it's long. But the corners all make sense on Nords, I think. Nords is very hard to be really quick on. Nords is hard to learn. That's the main difficulty of that, I'd say. I don't think the corners are particularly hard on Nords. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what it is that makes a track hard or easy, and it's going to depend on the person. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Black PewDiePie. That's an oddly specific name. Do you think there's like a white PewDiePie and Asian PewDiePie? Just every single PewDiePie. You're not particularly good at tracks with too much undulation. Yeah, the Zandvoort's really hard with the that right-hander down the hill. Really difficult. Yeah, I always found like tracks like Laguna Seca, they make sense to me. Like Brands Hatch makes sense to me. Like every corner, there's not too many corners, and like yeah, sure the corkscrew's like pretty interestingly novel, but I think yeah, for me it's just that when corners look the same, like Misano or something, it's like I don't get it. Every corner looks the same, whereas a track like Brands Hatch, Barcelona, Laguna Seca, VIR, Atlanta, well, they all make sense. Meat and beans. It's a bit weird, these beans. These are the mid-priced beans. 80p a can beans. Oh, I should have made a coffee. Oh well. Yeah, I've not. Oh, we need a setup as well. I've not had Lidl's beans. It's got LFM 18 laps question mark. Okay, well we'll go with it. Let's see where we place. 7p. Where do you think we'll place after 2 laps in this practice? I think we can be like 4th. Hello, Billy. Oh. I don't know why that's funny. Oh, hello. It's Billy Strange in chat, guys. I don't know. This sound is the sound with the speed of the animation. Oh, my shit joke's making me laugh. Dumb question. Does anyone know how to get the camera to stop shaking in AC? Yeah, turn off lock to horizon. What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't drive like a Porsche Cup car? I mean, if you're comparing it to iRacing, yeah, nothing drives like iRacing because the iRacing Porsche Cup cars are drunk. What's this brake bias? What's going on here? Oh, well, it might be a different... So you've got different Porsche Cup cars from different years, and there's also... Yeah, I use lock to horizon mostly because it's more comfortable. Well, you're not sorry, are you? Because you'd have a different name if you were sorry. I replaced the sound of this car with the URD LMP3 car. That's what I'm using. How's it going, Billy, though? What are you up to? Billy Strange. Are you going to do some LFM at some point? You know you want to. I feel it in my fingers. He's coming. He's going to... I don't think this is a good setup. URD LMP2 is what I swapped the sound with, yeah. Fourth! Isn't that what I said? And that was with us messing it up. To be honest, we can probably run the Daytona setup. 3 nights? How has it took you 3 nights? What do you mean, like 3 nights in armour? Is that what you mean? You had to hire 3 Renaissance actors. It's hard to use a mouse in full armour. Surprised they did it in that, you know. Surprised I managed to do it at all. Oh, I bet you like to use them. This is kink. Oh, so you've got it set up and you're ready to go then? This is beautiful. You're using a dual streaming PC setup. Behold the magic of multi-streaming. Billy wishes he was bold. Oh dear. I don't get out much. No, don't ruin me lap, please, Mayor Hearty. No, you bugger. Oh well, only cost us a 10. This probably put us in 3rd. How good are we? 56, 54's pace though. 2 seconds off it. We need a better setup. This setup doesn't have enough oversteer. Let's try a Daytona setup. Bonk. Oh dear. I'm sure that gets old. Oh, that was in medium tyres. Let's try the Daytona setup that we've got. With mediums and see what pace we get. But yeah, Billy, you got to get on this, Billy. This is amazing. I know you're a dirty eye racer and dirty play another game racer, but you know you want to.
The pace car is out of control.
They are still running this sports car series. Like, they don't. Why? LFM. So they need to get rid of the LMH for the sports car series. They just need to get rid of it. It's pointless. And in fact, they should just get rid of that entirely and just run a GT3 or GT4 instead. Because it's stupid. It's just stupid. Or even like Mazda. I mean, it's a bit weird having Mazda and TCR, to be honest. But like, they're a bit, I know it's beta, but like the choices are just a bit weird. Like, why? Like the F3, but then F3 is good. Well, if you're gonna do the sports car series, do GT and LMP2. That'd be fine. That'd be totally fine. GT and LMP2 would be fine. But I mean, the Mazda's basically the same as the TCR, you know. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know why every ranked service, every person that makes servers, they all have like some kind of like disorder where they don't seem to get what is actually conducive to good racing, or even what's going to be popular as well. As I've said a million times, 3 cars with 35 cars in a session is too many cars, too many different types of vehicle. Now, you don't even need to use Guerrilla Mods GT4 cars. You could just use ACs, Porsche Cup, Porsche, and Maserati. Yeah. It would actually make more sense. I mean, I quite like how the TCR races are and how it goes. It would make more sense to do TCR than Mazda. But I mean, the Mazda's fine. But then you could, in a sense, it would make more sense to do like a Tatus F4 instead of the Mazda. So do TCR, Tatus F4. Oh, I was letting you past. and then F3 or and the prototype. I don't know. GT3 is quite good, and the LMP2 cars and what have you. Or just put the LMP2 instead of this LMP3, and do LMP2 versus GTE. That would be great. Like, it's really weird to do this LMP3 car and then also then do an event that's LMP3 LMP2. It's like, and then also running them on the same track. It's just weird. Like, what's the logic? What is the logic? Like, they do whatever they want, but what's the logic? Like, it's obviously stupid. Everything in AC is great fun to drive. It'll be fun racing regardless, but I don't. It's not even about what I like or dislike. As I say, I don't really like front-wheel drive cars, but you can have really good racing with the TCR. The Mazda, I'm not a big fan of it, but it works. It's just very weird. Let's say Brands Hatch running the Indy circuit. Why? What? In what way? In what way is the Indy circuit better than the full circuit? Like, why? There's no reason to run it. It's ridiculous. In what way are 3 cars better to run than 2? There's no logic. There's no reason. It's not. It's objectively shit. So, like, don't do it. You don't need to test out popularity of cars. That's no. Like, they are testing stuff. That's fine. But you don't test out popularity of cars. We already know. You know what works and what doesn't, because we have 20 years of public service in various simulators and rank racing. So I can tell you categorically, GT3 will always be popular. F4 in AC will always be popular. Running multi-class will have issues of participation unless you have 50 plus car fields. Because the racing will not be compelling, because it's too split apart and there's not enough people in each split. Like, it's not that's not a testing thing. You know, that's just, we already know. We have 20 years of sim racing. This applies to everything. Yeah, Road America's awesome. This is great. Like, this is fantastic. Car track combo. This is really fun. I'm just you see ranked services making the same mistakes over and over again. Like Race Room, for example, making all services making the mistake of thinking that rookie is rookie. And even though, as I explained earlier, there's no such thing as a rookie series when you have multiple splits. So that killed ranked multiplayer in Race Room. iRacing has rookie series, but they're not rookie. And then their whole rating system doesn't operate with it properly. So it's just people, I don't know, just not applying logic to these things. I don't know what's going on. You can have 50 car grids in AC, but you're much more likely to have issues. Toxic mansplainer. I'm simsplaining. Yeah, no, but you're missing the point. You shouldn't do rookie races in a ranked system. It's pointless. You should just have more slots, and then the people that still want to do it just end up in a high split. By making it so that people can't do X thing arbitrarily because you're just going to go, well, it's rookie, even though it isn't. Like, objectively and factually, it is not rookie. It's just an arbitrary distinction that doesn't make any sense. Everything's a starter series. If you're in a lower split, that's the point. That's the whole thing of ELO and ranking and multiple splits. Everything by default is a starter series. Within Sims, also an MX-5 isn't easier to drive than an LMP3 car in a simulator because you're not affected by G-forces. You still have the same amount of time to practice it. You could argue in many ways that an LMP3 car is actually more forgiving in the context of online racing, easier to drive around other vehicles, less requiring of racecraft. So if you were actually being really objective as to what's easier and harder and what's better for rookies, it wouldn't be an MX-5, it's probably an LMP3. So... yeah, but the point is, lower ELO drivers are going to be the new drivers. They are going to be rookies, and they might not even necessarily be new, but this is it. People just don't... it's detaching. The issue arises when people are unable to detach reality from words. Like, they get lost in like... I don't know. It's just weird. It's like no. Just because the braking technique is different doesn't mean it's harder. That's not how it works. And you can argue that downforce is easier to drive than no downforce. Like you could argue both ways. It's irrelevant. No, I know ELO has nothing to do, but it does actually in reality. Jesus Christ, you guys are brain dead as well. I mean, how can you not understand? Like, what? I don't know what I can say. It's like people cannot think outside of the reality. Like, oh, it's so dumb. There's Boris. Right, Boris. Here we go. First of all, can you change it to bloody full Brands Hatch? I'm having a meltdown here. Brands Hatch Indy. I'm going to go to the real Brands Hatch because I live next door to it, and I'm going to smash up the corner. I'm going to go and smash up the bloody corner for Brands Hatch Indy because it's shit. I don't know if you were here earlier. The only reason they run Brands Hatch Indy in real life is because of regulations of needing 3 ambulances instead of 2 or 1 or whatever. That's the only reason. And because you need an extra 6 marshals because it goes through like a forest section and you can't access it. That's the only reason you would run it. Like, there's no obviously fuel and tyre wear, but in a driving sim, fuel's free and tyre wear doesn't matter, and in sprint race it doesn't matter either. So yeah, no, so the thing that would stop rookies from punting you is that they're in a different split because they don't have the same ranking as someone that's learnt to drive that car. Every single car in a driving simulator is a different game. It's a different gameplay, right? And different people are better and worse at those different cars to different degrees. So for me, and this is in reality as well, I find it way easier to drive a race car with race suspension than I do a road car. It's easier for me because it's more responsive and I can handle a car. So a road car and the more slower vehicles for me and many people are way harder to actually drive because you have to drive preemptively. You have to know you can't just reactively drive. It's, you know, and especially harder to go really fast in. Whereas a car with downforce, it's like Wipeout or something. So people that are playing driving sims have probably played more video games. So they're probably more used to how F4, F3, LMP2 handles. And drafting is going to be different. and the positioning on the track's going to be different, and the width of the car. So GT3, for example, you're much less likely to have 4 wide situations than in an MX-5, and I can tell you for sure, 4 wide is mind-blowingly difficult for a new driver to understand than 1 side by side. So that is not rookie in the slightest. If you're all driving with MX-5 drivers that are close, it is way harder racecraft than GT3. So, I'm sorry. The point is, you have splits with rating. Therefore, if someone's new, they will have a lower rating. Therefore, they will be in a lower split. Therefore, low-skilled drivers will be learning how to drive, and they'll be staying at a lower rating. People that do know how to drive those cars, or can drive better in general, will be in a higher split. They're separated from those drivers. Therefore, it doesn't matter using the word rookie or not. It's irrelevant. It's not hard to understand, but apparently, every ranking system... Race Room literally killed its online multiplayer. Because most people want to drive, on average, when people do rank racing, what they want to do is drive anything that has competition and lots of people to drive against, and it's active. That's what they're playing rank racing for versus something else. So, someone that maybe prefers Formula cars or faster cars or whatever will compromise that always in order to go into whatever's more active or what's going to have close racing, because that's why they're doing rank racing. So, the most active thing is going to be whatever's the most basic thing or the most average thing, which is probably GT3, but will also be F4, MX-5, probably like even TCR and stuff. So, no, but your ELO isn't going to be the same after like 3 races. If you're an absolute noob, like if you're even moderately semi-decent at driving, within 3 races, the ELO will work itself out. So, like you see in every other video game, in Counter-Strike, when they reset the ranking for CS2, I had to then play loads of games with shitty players, and as I've been playing it, my rating has been going up, and gradually over time I've been put with more and more players that actually know the basics of the game. So then that's how you separate yourself from rookies versus not rookies. We're all playing the same game.
Hot, and you're not.
Yeah. The reason why MX-5, GT3 and F4 are popular in iRacing, first of all, well, it's a mixture of its stock content in iRacing, but it's also, they are, so on average, there is a thing that faster cars are intimidating to newer drivers, so that's a thing as well. Yeah, just on, it doesn't really matter the reasons why. On average, people will gravitate towards like F4 and MX-5 because they're very accommodating cars initially. So, but as I say, the high level skill of it, it's actually harder with those cars because they're initially easier to drive. So the skill ceiling is different in how it pans out. Well, it doesn't matter what people start on, Terj, because after people that have spent a reasonable amount of time, what will happen is they will have already got above, much above the rating of what people join in at, and then people in the midfield, well, they're either going to go down or go up pretty quickly. So, yeah, you'll only understand what I'm saying if you don't know anything. Yeah, in a sense, Karen, there are differences. The point is there's just differences. So yeah, in a faster car, it's going to be more obvious when people miss brake points, and it's going to magnify people's braking zones and that effect on how that happens for contacts and stuff. Fine, but as I say, it's still irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, in that you're going to get people in the top and second split that will be the ones that generally know the track and the people in the lower splits that don't. It's the split system that separates low-skilled drivers from high-skilled drivers. And then you can argue there's equal complexities in the MX-5. It's just not, it's not braking. It's as I say, like 4 wide situations, race starts, just overtakes that occur during the race. You know, there's in real life, the reason you have like rookie stuff in real life is more down to cost and accessibility into motorsport and licensing and time that you have to drive at the track. That's the main reason why you have that in reality. But the same rules don't apply to Sims. Yeah, tracks have switched. Oh, hang on. Let's see. Oh, it's going live in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's just people seem to apply stuff. So, like the multi-class thing. In real life, the reason you have multi-class in real life is because there's rich people that are willing to spend more money and they just want track time. And so you have various cars and you're like, okay, let's just stick them all in one race so we can have a big event of it. It's a logistics thing. Oh, we all have to go to this thing. We can only do 2 races. We're going to do this length, cost, all this stuff. That doesn't apply in Sims. So you have to think of things from a Sim perspective. And, like, I don't know, maybe because my background or what I'm used to is video games in general and game design and those kind of things. The more you think of, like, stuff in a driving sim it's just a think of it like a cube that has some different rule properties to it. So, like, a good example, in Counter-Strike, you could say, well, the P90, which has loads of spray, is a newbie gun, and a lot of players do think that. But actually, it's just another tool in that you can use it in different ways for different strategic uses as part of a team. It's irrelevant what it is. It's irrelevant that it's called a P90. It's like you have to like abstract yourself from the displayed images, the words used, the preconceived notions of stuff. There's only one tool in this stream. Well, no, I'd say my favourite. It used to be the. Well, so in old Counter-Strike, it used to be that gun where you could right-click and zoom in. Now in CS:GO, it was the. I did like the P90, but I particularly like the silenced M4. But in CS2, this is all because the netcode and timing has changed. In CS2, I'm better with the Desert Eagle, which I was terrible with, ironically, because I'm really good at Instagib. But the Desert Eagle and the AK, I'm now really good with those weapons because the netcode is better for first shot accuracy, it seems, at least, or whatever's happened. So I've had to change gun from each iteration of that game based off how the netcode or subtle rule changes has changed things. Yeah, Instagib was my thing. I'm very good. So I'm good at the first flick. I'm bizarrely good at getting the first shot on target, like very accurately. The very first shot, like ridiculously good at that. Everything afterwards, I am the worst. Absolutely the worst. Like tracking, I'm terrible at. Really bad at that. So like that, the sort of those slow firing guns. I was average with the rocket launcher. But yeah, here we go. First race with this. Awesome. This Road America is fantastic, though. So the Road America with this car is actually spot on. Like, if your goal if your goal was to pick car track combo that would be popular, suit the widest number of players from okay-ish players to very fast players, and also have pretty close racing, LMP3 at Spa, Silverstone, Road America, Road Atlanta, absolutely perfect. Spot on. It will accommodate the widest number of people. This is the same thing with from a driving perspective, not necessarily from an appealing car perspective. Radical SR3 is very widely accommodating for high skill and medium skill and actually low skill in many ways. The Tatis F4, the LMP3, Tatis F4, Radical SR3. That's a specific spec of car that's very sort of plank-like, very literal cars. Through all sims, iRacing, Race Room, R Factor 2, at Live for Speed. I can tell you from 20 years of sim racing, the exact cars and tracks which will produce, on average, the cleanest racing when it comes to online multiplayer racing, and what will actually end up generally being more popular. Basically, slower cars that have a bit of downforce, that are responsive, so you can react to other people doing random shit, but they're not so fast that netcode and people have to be absolutely on it, like a Formula 1 car or even F2, and they're not so hard on the throttle that you have to be uber precise on the throttle, and they're not so hard on the brakes that if you lock up, you're dead. You know, that's it really. And that's what a Radical SR3 is like. Early the thing that you would put a Formula driver, someone that wants to be a Formula driver in, but they're very new to it. Current is most people are role playing when they do ranked on race MX5 rookies. Oh yeah, no, yeah. So as I say, there's a contrast between what is objectively from how it handles an accommodating vehicle for the majority of people, and then what's popular. So like GT3, people know the brands, so that's what helps. And also with GT3, you can have McLaren, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, all taking part in the same race, so that really helps mitigate fragmentation, because they're all the same class of car but they're different cars, and so people can also jump from car to car. So that's why GT3 works, even though in reality, objectively speaking, from a handling and racing perspective, GT3's a shit. The GT3 car is objectively worse than an F4 car, an F3 car, a Radical, but when you think there's multiple vehicles there, they can all take part in the same race. They are still accommodating, you know. So that's why they work. And the brand thing is very important. All right, let's go. It's not about fun. Like, so when I say objectively, I mean in terms of when you look at how, from a game mechanic perspective, it's if you were to plot on a graph what people find accommodating and what is accommodating, that's what that's what I mean by that. So like there's a reason why Super Mario has as much grip and as much jump height and like as much friction on the surface of the platforms, and the platform's minimum size. That's all designed around making it accommodating for a wide number of people. Whereas Super Meat Boy, you can tell it's much more granular, much tighter, much more responsive, smaller platforms. So you would already have to like, it's not, Super Meat Boy is not going to be great for someone that's never played a 2D platformer before. So there's objective game design qualities between those, which, I mean, someone could argue, I'm sure, but do you know what I mean? But then put it this way, every car in AC is a million times easier to drive than iRacing. And any car in AC. The F2004 is easier to drive than a Formula V in iRacing because it doesn't, if you push the brake too hard, the car doesn't, physics don't turn off. So you're already in AC operating, and in real cars, you're already operating in a like a difficulty scale or a sort of accommodating scale that's just totally different. Oh boy, this we might actually need a little bit. Maybe the other set was better. That guy randomly made. Yeah, the F2004 is fantastic. So is Boris going to change the Brands Hatch to the full circuit? He knows he wants to. It's a good idea. Who in chat disagrees with me that who thinks who thinks Brands Hatch Indy should be nuked? Type yes if Brands Hatch Indy is the criminal offence. I mean, we had to drive it so much on bloody race room because they didn't have the license for the full track. Yeah, as Brands Hatch Indy makes sense in real life, but not in Sims. Yeah, so Brands Hatch Indy ironically causes loads of crashes because the only overtaking points is dive bomb into druids, which you can always defend by just putting your car on the inside, and then the other overtake is the downhill left-hander and then positioning for the right-hander, which you can defend but will basically cause a crash, especially as the cars behind all bunch up behind them. And then the other overtaking point is of course T1, which you can always again defend in most cars by just putting your car on the inside. And often just causes a crash. Whereas full Brands Hatch has the advantage that if you get a really good exit off Surtees basically has two lines through it that are productive, or very similar to be productive, the wide and the short line through Surtees, and the inside line has a bump on it, so it's harder to do, but it's slightly faster, it's slightly more risky. But what it means is if you nail Surtees or you get the car slightly offline through Surtees corner, you then have the long straight afterwards and the two right-handers to hook it up, combined with the draft, which allows you for a much safer overtake because you often will have a slightly better exit, and that allows you to then use the draft to then line up for a pass to get up the inside or just flow around the outside. Surtees corner is not in Indy. Yeah, I haven't listened to all the corners. Well, I guess you could say that, yeah. But yeah, I don't. If the car's on the inside, you can't go through Druid. You can't overtake on Druids if the car's on the inside. And T1 if your car's on the inside, you're probably not, especially with slower cars. An MX-5, you're not going to go up the inside. So that's Druids and T1 gone. So the only real overtake is the left-hander and lining that up for the final corner. And basically you have to do a dive bomb move. I think that other guy's setup was better than this Daytona. What's the pace? 54s. What am I doing? 56. Oh no! I'm almost at pace. Oh, we've got a draft. That's kind of cheating. I don't know what my actual lap time is going to be without draft. Oh, thank you. That was nice. That was very kind of him. Didn't have to do that. Oh. Maybe this app's alright then. This set was probably alright. I just need to drive better. Send it. No, they're using the base content for Spain. They're just extra pit boxes. Well, for part of the testing, it does make sense to use mods because you can see if people bother downloading stuff and get them into the habit of it. I don't think they have to use mods. There's really good kunos cars, but I don't think it really matters for tracks and cars. It doesn't really matter outside of the licensing stuff. The only annoying part of it is there's the meme that like there's people that are sort of new to AC or haven't really played it much, or you know, I don't know, there's something wrong with them. They don't understand that Kunos made some really good cars by default. Like some of the Kunos cars are amazing. I mean, they're literally used in sim centers, so you know, you have to mod it because you can. It's like, what? Oh, here we go. We're only 0.2 off the pace with the Daytona setup.
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, I'm sure people are still learning the track, but oh, that's cool. The wheels were heating. That's awesome. That's something you notice in real life if you ever do like in a fast car, the smoke that comes off the brakes after a few laps. Oh, I don't know how much fuel we're going to need for this. Each lap is 154, so 60 litres is going to be enough, easy. I'll play it safe. We'll do 61. I think 52 litres is going to be enough, to be honest. We'll see how much we use. Let's put 60 in and then we'll know. This car can have a lot of fuel in it. Yeah, well, I've seen that, yeah. That was a while back that I did that. I think there was a bug as well where it went crazy. Right, thanks everyone for watching and taking part though today. It's been a fun stream so far. We've had some good races. We've got Twitch and YouTube working properly. Hang on. What on earth? Oh, it's a cat. I have loads of security cameras. It's always cats. He goes, movement detected. Movement detected. I'm like, ah, okay. One of these days, I'll look at me like a naked person going, I'll be like, what's this? I ain't got anything worth nicking. Then I'm going to know what to do with the steering wheel. And it's all too heavy. Try it. Hello. Hello, Venuses. The patch notes are on Patreon. I don't know if Boris is still watching. Why did he give up being a politician to do LFM? I mean, I'm glad he did, you know. Also, is there any reason stuff's limited to 150 slots? Is there potential for more? I think so. My personal view is it would be better to have fewer events, but with more splits. I think that adds more value to an online ranking system. And because it adds more prestige to the highest splits, and it makes it seem like a more significant thing. So it's like how those iRacing, the big iRacing events, where you've got like loads of splits, shitloads of people playing, and then it's like, oh, it's the prestige of the top split is what people are aiming for as a motivator to spend more time on it to get that. So the real reason why people want to get their elo up, the practical reason, is to be in the top split. There's obviously like the aspect of a higher number's better, but the reward, the actual tangible reward, is being in the top split. And so especially this is from iRacing. Oh no, it's the man with the book. Swolio! He's a man that can drive a car. He's a man that will take you far. He will tell you how to brake, and if you do it wrong, he will hit you with a rake. Swolio, the oldest, youngest man in sim racing. Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome, Swolioites. Look at this beautiful weather that's going on here. We're in the eye of a storm. Welcome along, guys. We're just doing top split LFM. And we qualified third, which is a miracle. And yeah, we changed our OBS settings. And if you like hair loss, why would you follow? Why would you follow this channel? Misery, despair, hair loss, sarcasm. Oh, we have lots of really hot Eastern European women watching this channel. Tons of them. That's mostly what this channel's full of, to be honest. They have servo motor legs. Oh, they're haunting as well. Oh, hang on, we're going. We're going. Here we go. Well, welcome along. Appreciate the raids. Hope you had a great stream. Hope if you crashed, you took everyone out with you. What? Cold tires. Oh. But he did what I did. Get a bit loose on them wheels. Nigel O'Brien in first place. Any accidents behind us? No. Oh, I want to send. This is racing. Ow, don't drive into me. Come on. I'm pretty sure I was well in front of him there. I think I was all right to go to the left. No. if we'd turned into him, he would have pit manoeuvred us. He drove into the back of us. Car in front's allowed to move to the left for a corner. Order! Go, second place, hold on to it. But I was in front of him, so... Hello. My car's not wanting to slow down with that. That wasn't braking. Going! No, it wasn't about whose corner it was. Yeah, I brake checked him on the accelerator. It's an advanced technique. It takes years to pull that off. Accelerate. Order! Let's go. Well, we're doing all right here. Unfortunately, Mr. O'Brien is too damn fast. We can have a look at the replay afterwards. It was lap 1. I need to turn the bloody Doritos off. I don't know how to do it. Where's the option in AC to turn the Doritos off? Wow, 1.4 second gap. We just have to absolutely nail the braking to catch this guy because he's better than me. It's all on the brakes. The red arrow, look, there it is, there's another Dorito. Oh, he's going to have the draft. I'm going to defend the inside. This is not going to help me catch first. He's just driven into me again. I don't have to move to the right there, but if I don't, he will drive into me for sure. Yeah, thank you. People cannot drive to save their life. Oh, safe rejoin. They just always do that. People are so shit at driving. Ali Raza, you idiot. You have to go, you can't go into the corner when you have a car side by side with you entering. You cannot drive the corner as if there's no car next to you. Obviously, you're going to understeer into them and knock them off. I knew he was going to do it. Fortunately, in AC, it doesn't damage your car. No, because if you're side by side through the corner, it's both cars' corner. Oh, he's letting me back through. Here we go. Oh, my Jesus Christ, that is not a safe way of doing that. He's probably listening. Now it makes me look bad for complaining, you shit. Ban. No, you're not allowed to listen to the live stream and then feel guilty for knocking me off the track and giving me the place back. That is unacceptable. Jesus Christ. I need to complain at someone. How are we meant to be angry at people? You're ruining the drama and tension of the stream. Ah, bloody hell. I mean, what can you do? LFM needs voice chat so everyone can scream at each other. Come on, LFM, get on it. Drama. The drama. A real gentleman. No, he's probably scared of LFM Gulag police. We all are. LFM's run by a man with a cane. Yeah, he'll probably catch up with us. Yeah, my default state of is just moan. That's all I have. Don't take that away from me. Stay in your alley. I'm sure he'll alley-ollie his way forwards. But yeah, that whole going wide and then understeering into the guy on the outside is just textbook sim racing. I think part of it is drivers underestimating how much their car will understeer. And then part of it is net code. And then another part of it is cars pinballing off each other. I might do. This is such a good track. This is a really great car track combo, actually. I think when more people have learned the track, you'll end up with really good close races. Like on iRacing, we have absolutely fantastic races here. And just because it's such a nice flowing track. It's a bit like Spa, I think, in that sense. Like long corners. Funnily enough, you can drive on the curbs properly in this car. I don't know how wide we're allowed to go on that. In terms of what's actually legal per LFM. We've got a nice race here with Nissan Primera. We should catch with him and then overtake might be quite fun. I try and get a little bit of a gap here and then try and get a run down the... Too wide! Don't go too wide through the kink! I know, not enough draft. Oh, car behind's just... What? Where they're going. I think they missed the break point and then they went off the track to avoid taking us out. I don't know why he's not going to the inside. He should just stick his car on the inside. There's no way that I would pass him around the outside. Normally, if it's a disconnect, the car just floats through the wall in AC, which is really weird. Whoa! Oh, you always look in your mirror on that corner. I always do. I've done enough iRacing to always look in my mirror on that corner and be ready to run deep or turn left and right. Yeah, it's a lot more forgiving in AC. Like, you can lock up and come off it. It's just not too bad, but yeah. You can still lock up with it. Weirdly, AC, the outside of that corner in AC is probably more realistic in that in iRacing you could just run totally wide and then cut back across because the grip's the same, but in AC the outside of the track has like a lot lower grip, which is probably what I'd imagine it'd be like in reality, because there'd be like bits of tyre shit and dust and stuff there. So in AC, you can't do the really wide, cheaty line. Or maybe you can, but like last time I tried it, it like didn't work. Like, it was too slidey. But in iRacing, it's really consistent. Yeah, maybe, yeah. But given that this is a mod track, it's surprisingly good quality. I don't know what they took it from. AMS2 has a really, really nice version of this track as well. Yeah, it runs so nice though. This is what I don't get about iRacers, when they go, oh, iRacing's the best in VR. It runs so well. It's like, well, I don't know what iRacing they're playing. AC runs way better than iRacing across all its content. iRacing, you go to like VIR and it's just Stutter City. You have to turn all the graphics down. AMS2 as well. Absolutely, it runs. AMS2 runs even better than AC. So like, I get all the comments on videos, right? And it's really weird, the comments you get sometimes. It's just like, it's like that does not jive with reality at all. I understand there's a whole bunch of people that like different things, and there's a lot of people that actually make really good points where they're like, oh, I specifically do this. I really like that this is a single thing to set up, or this works nice with my force feedback wheel. You know, totally, 100% agree, or you know, you can't disagree. It's just a valid point. But it's really weird. I think you probably see it more if you do YouTube or whatever, or you're on Reddit a lot or something. You really do notice like narratives and meme talking points that are probably from people that haven't actually used the other thing, but they just regurgitate something, or they've had a good experience with something they already do. Right, let's go brake bars a bit further back. And then they've just assumed that they wouldn't get that with something else. I don't know. It's really strange. Jive! Does talking empower your driving ability? No, it only gets worse. I lose about a tenth for talking. A tenth to 2/10. That's alright. You can get into a rhythm talking and driving. Oh my god, we're not sticking through that. I don't believe it. Oh, Ali Riz is coming back. He's going to razz me. The Ali Razzmatazz. Will he razzle me fair and square? Well, mostly I lose my sanity live streaming, but that's alright. Here comes the razzle. Razzle dazzle. Shabazzle. He's in front of us. No point contesting that. That was a good overtake. Razzmatazz. See, that was nice. You got a good run. You had the gap set up right for the draft. Nice clean overtake, and then there was no... See, this is what a lot of people would do. You see how he came up the outside? A lot of people would bother to then fight him in through the corner for no reason at all, probably wrecking both cars. That's what I would often do as well. Well, here we go. Razzle tazzle. Can we stick with him? I think he's running slightly lower downforce. He's pulling away on the straight. Yeah, he's not had as many biscuits. Yeah, he's just pulling away on the straight. Nothing I can do. Ain't nothing I can do. No. I feel like we've been aero-boyed. Oh yeah, maybe we have a little bit of damage, but... No, he's just driving away on the straights. I'm struggling to get my car to turn in actually as well. I'm tempted to move the brake bars further back, but you get to a point where that doesn't help. Tyres look alright. I'm just going to try and drive the corner slightly different, see if we can make up for it in the braking zones. Yeah, he's really doing this on this part of the track. But yeah, I'd be at least 10 times faster in VR. See if we can do PBs here. Okay. Pushing a bit too hard. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to absolutely smash it. If I can drive this setup on the absolute limit, we'd have enough pace to catch up with him. I don't think I have the skill to do that though. Let's see what lap time. We're doing our PB basically, so for this race. I mean, our lap times are really consistent. It's BCast Tools, the app. Oh, the rear left is going out as well. I think that's why we're struggling to hook it up through these corners. We're being razzle-dazzled. It's been good racing though. I feel like with this setup tweak, we'll be at pace. So even on trail braking, we can't tighten the car before the backs lock up enough. And if I put the brake bars further back, it's just locking up rather than turning in more. Now, obviously we could go into the corner slower, but then we're losing speed elsewhere. Absolutely razzle-dazzled. There's 6 minutes left. Right, I know we can drive. If with this setup, as the car is right now, I could get another 3/10 out of this car, maybe 4/10 by driving T1 and 2 perfectly. So I'm messing them up, which would still put us in contention with this car in front. So let's try that. There you go, 2/10, like I said. God, it's almost like I'm getting good at driving. This is terrible. This is awful. I'm turning into a bloody sim racer. Well, the big thing will be if we can make him... He's listening! We're catching! We're catching! If we can get a mistake from him. Well, links don't work. I'm about to disable links due to box. Their tyres are wearing out now. All tyres are wearing out. That's alright though. Oh, you just made a big mistake there. tyres have gone. Tyres have totally gone. I imagine his tyres have gone as well. Well, I tried. Went full beast mode. Couldn't get any more out of the car. We had the pace. Just had to go. We had to stop talking. Bloody cheating. They're cheating. They're not live streaming. It's good racing. I think I put the pressure on him a bit. We were catching, and then there was no more. There was literally no more pace we could get out of the tyres. Woo! Good driving. Let's have a look at the lap times there. That was good fun. We did have too much fuel, so a little bit less fuel. Thanks, guys. Oh, he's doing 55 fives, and we did a 55. Oh, we were at pace with the top 3 cars, and we had too much fuel, so yeah, not bad for our first race. No, Ali. What setup are you using? No, it's all right. I'll let you off. It was good. It was good in the end. We had a good. It was fun trying to catch up with you. Are you? What fuel do you have? I think we're basically lapping the same pace, which is awesome. Oh yeah, how much fuel would have been enough? That's a good point. Default setup with wing 2. Oh well. Typical hacker. Oh shit! How much fuel did you use? Their first race at this track, you knoblet. Put some music on here. Oh, it was good fun. What's the next LFM thing that's running? Oh, we could do Brands Hatch. Oh, no, that's in an hour. Mazda. Oh yeah, Mazda at Brands Hatch Indy. Let's get in there. I know. Hello, Sim Races Arms, guys. Subscribe to Sim Races Arms. He does lots of sim racing. Give him a look. Woo! Oh yeah, replay. Yeah, good point. Let's do that. The crash at the start. We just signed up to the MX-5 race. What's the Formula 3? Oh no, hang on. Formula 3's at Barcelona. Ah no, hang on. Sign out. Sign out. We're doing Formula 3. We're doing Formula 3, not MX-5. You can sign up for 2 races at the same time. Huge error. Alright, here we go. Okay, so 50 litres wasn't enough. 60 was. So it's probably like 55 litres. The fuel app I use is Game of Muscle's amazing ability to guess incorrectly. The fuel app I use is don't do what Dom GTR does, because he always runs out of fuel.
The pace car is out of control.
That was good though. What happened to Tyler? He was gone. I mean, in what way, really, in what way was that race any different from an iRacing race? Realistically, I mean, I'm at pace, but like the driving. Oh, if that was iRacing, the contact we had would have been game over, and the other guy wouldn't have pulled over. Oh, hang on. Was this me being naughty? Here we go. I felt like you're coming off this corner. I think we're enough ahead that that's all right. I mean, it's half a wheel arch, so I think it's okay. You know. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're that far ahead. It's to be expected. If you're... Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. Yo, I'm not squeezing him though, am I? I'm coming off the corner and moving left. It's like if he's actually side by side, like if I knew he was there, I wouldn't have gone across as much as I did. But I didn't think he was there, so that's the thing. That's what I'm saying is, yeah, technically, the car in front's wrong for coming across whilst there's still a bit of overlap of the vehicles. But when the overlap's that little, you kind of gonna, you know, brake check. Fortunately, it was only a little tap. I mean, if you look at the overlap amount, it was weird that he got a faster exit off that corner from there as well. That's why it doesn't normally happen. Oh no, it's not, because he's wider into the corner. So no, it's not weird. But that's also something you would learn as well, like how much of a run does a car get based off if they're on the left, in the middle, or on the right. How much of a run off the exit with the car that you're driving do they get? And then that's how you know if you're probably safe on the left or not. I think I would say, though, if you're this car, you would move to the left more anyway. Like, so for the sake, like, even if this car's wrong for coming across, if you're this car, you move to the left here so that you are then further alongside them, so that when they do contact you, if they do, then it's entirely this car's fault. Do you see what I mean? Like, where did he have to... No, you're missing the point of, like, the amount of overlap. You just exit the game. I don't know why that's hard to understand for people. If you... I wouldn't even say it's half a car's length. I would say if your wheels are... Like, I would personally... not in terms of who's right or wrong, but in terms of from just a driving perspective, it's not really about who's right or wrong. Unless you've got like your wheels in line. Well, I don't know what it looks like from the cockpit, but unless you've got your wheels in line with them, I would just always assume that the car is gonna move across. If that makes sense. Once you've got your wheels, or ideally more, then the car that's moving across is like, well, they can't, then there's no squeezing or anything that they're allowed to do, because it's not even debatable. Like, they shouldn't even miss you. Well, the point is here, I didn't think he was alongside. That's the whole point as well. And I would, if I'm this car, I would assume that this car's going to keep coming to the left because I'm nowhere near alongside him. So in this scenario, I'd be like, well, first of all, even when you're alongside people, I assume that the car is going to drive into me regardless, completely wrongly so. Like what happened later. I would assume that. So in both scenarios, I think the car on the outside is going to drive into me. But if I'm this far back, I'm going to be like, well, even if the car in front's a really good driver, which I'm not, but even if the car in front was a really good driver, in fact, I would expect a better driver to do what I did intentionally. So I did this by accident because I didn't think he was actually next to us. I thought he was behind us. But I would, if this wasn't me, if this was a good driver, I would expect them to do what I did on purpose, knowing that there's overlap, forcing this car to back out of it. That's what I would expect as this car if I was racing a good driver. I'm a bad driver, but just happen to do something a good driver would probably do. Because the excuse this car would always have is what I'm saying here. They just go, oh, there wasn't enough overlap. I didn't realise they were that close, or I couldn't tell. And no steward, a steward would go, yeah, you can't expect this car to know that there's part of the, you know, they're not even like yeah, but you look at the car radar in the moment that it happens, coming off the corner, there's the tiniest bit of overlap, and then also I am actually straightening out as well. So yeah, it didn't really do anything either way. Like, it just tapped it. It didn't really affect him. No, it's not about talking. What I said is what I would say originally. That's not about manipulating the chat. It's when I say stuff with racecraft, it's not me just coming up with it for me to go, oh, this is me not guilty, this is this person guilty or whatever. The stuff I'm saying is like exactly what would be said in like a real race, like from watching actual motorsport and from also deducing it from what's reasonable. We got the next race happening in a minute. Yeah, you've been manipulated, guys. When someone presents a reasonable point and explains stuff from different angles, then you've been manipulated. That's how it works. Oh, it was lap 2 that he right, yeah, well, that's it. So it's weird, isn't it? Because in iRacing, it's halfway is their definition, but then iRacing backs out of it as well. And then also, you can't actually know in a sim online the lag. I mean, in AC, it's in some ways it's worse because of the rowboating. You can't actually know. It's hard, like, to predict the motion. Can be harder. So, like, in this scenario, see, all through these corners, both cars are side by side fully. So in this case, no one has the corner, and then he's hit the curb and accidentally run wide. So he was actually, ironically, I've done this as well. Ironically, I've literally done this in iRacing with multiple cars. Ironically, he's actually trying to give as much space as possible and cutting the track to leave as much space as possible, but that's caused him to hit the curb, which has caused his car to then bounce right into me. I've done this exact same thing. So weirdly, if he didn't if he wasn't as accommodating, we both would have got through that. No, I think it's more the track rather than the speed into the corner. It's more the bump unsettling the car. Because if his car loses grip of the road, which is what you see the moment he's actually hooked up, as soon as he hits that, you can see he just goes straight across because of the bump. Right, let's do the F3 car here. That was good fun though. He gave up the place as well, which is a shame because it was fun drama. It's really good though, really good. Road America is such a good track. Yeah, no, I've done exactly the same thing. The thing is, from when you're in the race, it looks, and as I was saying, he's a criminal for killing me. When you're in the race, it looks like they basically ran wide into you, it doesn't look like they just hit the curb. The corner was too tight. God, the damn corner was too tight. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the stream though and having a good Sunday. It's been good fun racing. Stream seems to be working. I'm pretty happy with the quality and stuff. Woo! Oh shit. Oh, no, hang on. Should work after he should work the second time. Oh dear. Huge error. Bill Gates. damn Bill Gates. Hang on. Normally, the second time we load in, it works, so we'll see. Like a weird bug I have. Yeah, well, no, so you can have rules, but there's always going to be ambiguity to it. So... Oh, shit. What's going on here? Why is this track not working? We have the car, we have the track. Don't know what's going on here. I'm going to re-download the car. It's not using the extra pit boxes, is it? Which we have anyway, so... Maybe it's the mod. Maybe it's a mod version. Let's see. Now, I know it's a mod, but I've already got that mod. I think other people are struggling to join the server as well, it would seem. Restart. Alright, sometimes restarting Content Manager helps. No. There's no reason why this isn't working. Well, that's a fail. There's nothing I can do. I don't know why this isn't working because it's using the track that's in the game. It's always past my bedtime. Hello, Matt. All right, Matt. Oh, are other people having a problem as well? Let's have a look here. Ah, okay, fair enough. As long as it's not me. The Discord, let's see. Okay, yeah. Other people having the same problem. Oh, wow. Beta. That's all right. We'll just see if they fix it. The Road America was awesome, though, so... Untethered to some... I've got the sleep cycle of someone living on from another planet. I was abducted and clearly lived a life on another planet. Yeah. No one can get in it. We'll just keep refreshing the thing and seeing people can't load into it. Oh, here we go. Someone's typed Talal in the Discord. Gamer Muscle is streaming and he's getting the same issue, even though his name's showed up on the server. No, I'm not. So stupid. Oh dear. I don't know if anyone got in the server. Normally you get those issues when there's like a slightly different version of the track or something or mod, but that was good. We had a good Road America race. We could do another one. We do another Road America. It's only midnight. I haven't got any like unhealthy food to eat though. This is a disaster. Oh, thanks for following. I haven't got any biscuits. I haven't got any cake. I haven't got anything. Oh, slack face. Thanks for following, guys. Appreciate it. Post a link to what? Yeah. No one. Well, maybe some people are getting in, but most people seem to not be able to get in. Did you guys manage to get into the practice server? Oh, is it the one where it goes? Is it that one? Is it that one? Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Have you seen all like the Ninja Protector films? What about Garbage that time as well? Hang on. Garbage time. Was it Garbage Day? I can't remember what he says. I think he says Garbage Day. hang on. High quality Garbage Day. Hang on. There we go. You ready? I have to turn this music down.
Garbage day! Huh? No!
Garbage day. That's cinema, guys. That's cinema. It's a classic. Yeah, that's just a classic. It's a piece of art. Ah, dear. I wonder if anyone's getting on the server yet. Let's give it another refresh. I know, it's when I pull this, look, it goes. It's got a mind of its own. It's a haunted microphone. Woo! Woo! And it goes right into my eyeball. So stupid. It's the most useless with a better mic attachment. And then I can be like, hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Yeah, I don't think anyone's getting in the server here. Well, Heli Corsa is really good because it allows you to see the targets that you're driving to. I mean, that's how I use it. Okay, I'll play the best death scene. Hang on. You've seen the stuff in Ninja the Protector, though, right? You ready for this? Everything about this is ridiculous. Everything about it. You ready, guys? It's going to blow you away. The best death scene ever. Nice full screen this. Here we go. Is it this one? Now they've slowed it down. Now this isn't it. This isn't the best one. There's another one. He's getting shot. He's getting shot. Oh dear. Yeah, someone's edited that. Hang on. That's not the best one. Hang on. There's a better one than that. Here it is. Here's the best death scene ever. You ready? This is actually from a legit film, this one. This is it here. I'm using car radar that's built into shader patch. His face! That is called acting, guys. Bloody hell, every time. Do you want to? You can watch the final, ninja fight. Are you ready?
Going beyond expectations.
I'm going to get copyrighted. This is the problem with this. Hang on, look at this. Here we go. Going so slowly. Oh, yeah, I get copyrighted thanks to YouTube. So you can't enjoy that. We can't show that. It's too good. It's too violent. Traumatic watching that. Boris says try again. He's getting up from bed. Let's see. Why is Boris not sleeping? It's the same config as the practice servers. Yeah, he's way better at sim racing. Yeah, I wonder what. Have we had issues with Barcelona before? I can't remember. don't know what you mean. King of the Axe, whoever runs LFMAC, can we add more GT3 races? No. Why would you want to add more GT3? You've got ACC for that if you want to drive terrible cars. So no, that's a really bad idea. And the race has been an hour apart. It's fine, I think. So no, denied, King of the Axe. You were all your complaining, and as you guys know, I never complain. Why can't you get past 73 safety rating? It's not hard. Just don't drive into people. There's your problem. We could do some practice with this. AC track avatar update. AC game CCP on idle, no. Game run, no. Win main, no. F file name not available. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. What? OMFG grow? Oh, Damon Allen! Blessed be
by the power of force feedback. And lo, he was blessed with servo motors and front end feel, for Damon Allen was part of the cult.
Thank you for being a member. Appreciate that. You will be you'll find yourself on the list when we update it. Thank you very much. What a time to be alive. Okay, what do we do then? Should we join the practice server and just see what it's like to drive? Let's join the practice server. Yeah, that's weird, as Boris was saying. It was strange that the practice server works, but the other one doesn't. It's very strange. Although for some reason this F3 car doesn't have tyres. Oh, we need a setup for this. Let's see. LFM race. Oh, this is well good. You just get this, you steal a setup. Perfect. Yeah, I know it's a surprise, isn't it? But that's only because Boris Johnson lowered the bar so much. Like, it's a bit unfair to judge all Borises by the Johnson, isn't it? It's like judging all Adolfs by Adolf, the famous one. You can't do that, can you? It's not very nice. Hang on, where's the seating position app? Where's it gone? Where's the seating position gone? Oh, it is. See, mirror, see. Yeah. It's a good choice of car. This car's really good sound as well. Bloody hell. I'm drifting. Why does the track look so dry? Moist. track looks a bit dry. This car feels fast after driving all the other stuff. Is the track grip set to low or something? This is well slidey. Oh yes, we're doing the proper speedy layout. So he does it. They picked the good layout for this track, but not for what? And I think we're being trolled by LFM. Troll FM. It's not technical. Those last corners aren't technical. They're shit. They just you don't. They're not technical. You just wingle your car through them. Nothing. They're easier than doing a single corner because you can't do anything. Like Alright, it's rescheduled for 1:30. Nice. Give it a go. All praise Boris. Can we have LFM Boris as the Prime Minister? Can we have that? That'd be so much better than what we've got with Rishi Sunak and the current racists we've got in government right now. Oh no, it's the curb. It's the curb. Do not touch the curb. Stay off the curbs. This is Assetto, land of washing curbs. The light in Spanish. See? Just need an attractive Spanish lady. Yeah, it does look very like southern Spain. Sort of Valencia sort of region. Yeah, Spain has that kind of washed out colour.
Slippy sausage.
I like a Cumberland. I'd have a sausage. Does anyone want to give me a sausage? Oh. I'd like to put a big juicy sausage in my mouth. Who wouldn't? A big thick sausage. They don't know. They rescheduled the race and we're going to retry. Big girthy. Yeah. We'll sign back up to it. Shaded patch, just bug fixes. Hang on, is Boris in chat when he should be in bed? Boris is the man. Ah, you should be in bed, you idiot. Don't. Okay, so we sign up to it. What are you doing awake? What time zone are you in? You're an idiot. You do what I do. Don't sacrifice your life for sim racing. Hang on, is the server up? Can we join it? Or is it rescheduled? I'm confused now. Do we just join up again? Hang on. It says session live. Hang on, I'm confused. I think Boris is actually an AI. He's part of ChatGTP. I have created another server. The previous one didn't work. Let's try this one. Did it work? Let's see if it will join. Track is loading. Are you able to join the server? All checking. Server was accessible. Congratulations. Boris executed program 42A. Server success. Rebooting Boris. Now we just have to let people know that it's on. Exterminate all humans. How dare you? You have upset the Boris. Boris not happy. You will be eliminated. Right. Well, we got like 3 cars in there. It's fine. That's good enough. That's good enough for me. That makes it easy for me to win. Boris is regretting having the tracks change over in the middle of the night now. His real name is 80R15. I am operational unit 80R15 beta. Please feed me electricity. I exist for the single purpose of creating ranked multiplayer services for video games that should have had them in the first place. I exist as a unit of online competitive racing. You will enjoy the online competitive racing that we provide. Please submit your electricity unit to adjunct number 4236944.1166B. We watch all the servers, and if you make a mistake, you will be rebooted, and you will be recycled. Do not make any mistakes. Do not use the chat room. Do not take retaliatory action in the race, or you will be erased. You have been warned. Computers never make mistakes. I am the Boris. There you go, that's... Resistance is futile. Right, here we go. We're going racing. I got a little bit distracted there. That was a whole story in my head. Here we go. Soft tyres. Right, how many cars we got? 10! It's alright. Bloody hell, it's a bit bright, even with a cloud. Could we turn the brightness down? What did you tune into? Many of you of this channel has asked that same question, and nobody has the answer. You know what's funny? The auto-tune on this, it tunes to the car engine. Oh. I don't know why that's funny to me, but it is. Right, let's try and drive. Alright, good old auto tune. I'm in the race server. Boris has to listen to me complain perpetually about the car and track choices and Brands Hatch Indy, which should be nuked. Poor guy. Imagine being subjected to that. Poor Boris. What's wrong with... Get out! What's wrong with Brands Hatch Indy? What's wrong with the Tories? Come on. That's like saying what's wrong with putting sugar in your tea. Only degenerates do that. Oh my god, why is the track so slidey? We'll have to be careful here. Low grip surface, low grip. Oh, it's on 94 grip, that's why. Yeah. Skill issue, yeah. I always race the tracks at 100% grip. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this. It's alright though. It's actually, this track's quite fun when it's slidey. One of the really fun things in Project Cars 2 was running the drift car on this track with low grip. That's alright, I was just warming up the tyres, did that on purpose. It's always good to test where the limit is. The only problem with this track on AC is the final corners curve, and these curbs are just death. No, I'm not. I would rather lick bricks for a day. I actually really like this track, you know. Like, for some reason, everyone complains about it, but I think in AC it's really good. Like, in iRacing it's really annoying, but... I like Portimao as well, and Estoril. I think Spain's got some. I know Portugal as well. I think Iberia has got some really good tracks. We've just lost all our Portuguese viewers. Sorry, guys. Whoops. So I mean, Spain and Portugal are basically the same country. There's how to upset Portuguese people. Say that Portugal's Spain. It really annoys them. It really annoys them. Understandably, it's like calling Ireland UK. Whoa. Portugal. Yeah, RC's like going, oh, he's having a nightmare. He's rotating in his bed. Do you know what, actually? I don't know if it's like a Iberian thing, but I've not met a person from Portugal or Spain that wasn't like ridiculously friendly. It's crazy. I think it's all the sunshine. Whereas British people like me are all miserable bastards. Portuguese people are so, like, welcoming. It must be the sunshine. No, I don't... Why? I don't want to update Macrium. I need to uninstall Macrium. I only installed it to clone a disk, and now I'm stuck with it on my computer. Yeah, Portimao is awesome. I'd love to do a track there, though. Bloody hell. It's the paella. It's all that seafood. Oh man, I need a holiday, guys. I haven't had to. Not that obviously my job's a joke, but I don't deserve a holiday. But I really need a holiday. Just a week. I don't even need like 2 weeks or anything. I just need a week in Greece or something, like a hot country where I can swim in the sea. What pedals would I get if I had £700 budget? I mean, I'd be personally, if I was buying pedals with my own money, I would just get the Fanatec CSL V2 pedals, and I'd just stick with them. I wouldn't bother with anything better or anything more expensive. If it was my own, if I was literally buying them myself. For 700 though, like Fanatec Sprint, House-in-Veld Sprints are really nice. I think the IMSIM Talento pedals are at that price point. They're really good. Mecha Cup pedals are really nice. They're in that price point. Yeah, the CSL Elite V2 pedals are fine. I know people that drive real race cars, and they're very fast real-wheel drivers, and they use those pedals. They're fine. So, you know, I'm very sort of like, when it comes to sim racing equipment, my personal thing. I with most stuff, I always just buy the cheapest thing that works, because I'm not really fussed. You need to buy me a holiday, yeah, all right. No, I can afford it. I just need. I mean, I'm gonna have a break over Christmas, but it's not gonna be warm, is it? That's what I mean. I'm spending some time with family, but I haven't. Say like gone somewhere where I'm gonna do nothing for like even just 4 days would be fine. I just want 4 days of paddling and swimming in the sea. You can't use that argument when you like them ridicule us for using the real world driver like FFB. Eh? I don't get what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, how much fuel do we need for this? How long is this race? Where does it say? Oh dear. No, so I can. The point is, so even the cheapest load cell sim pedals on the market are more precise and better quality than any real car pedals I've ever used. Which isn't many cars, but like any real car. And as I said, yeah, they work fine for like, I know alien sim racers, and they're real world drivers as well. But yeah, so the reason to get like House-in-Veld or IMSIM pedals or Mecha Cup or any of those is more that they're more adjustable. So if you have a specific real wheel car and hang on, do I also produce music? Yeah, I do, but it's not good music. We should do a track together. You were a DJ. Hang on, what's this about? You were a DJ and a producer as a main job for 20 years. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I'm shit at making music. So what it is we can play one of my tracks. I used to make music for mobile phone games and sound effects and stuff, but I was shit at it. But I just used Fruity Loops, and I was just very quick at making looping stuff for like flash games where they had to be really small, like 30 seconds at loop seamlessly. But no, I'm not good at producing music. Well, I mean, it's passive. It's not for people that make music. They go, that is shit. For someone that's not used to making music, they go, oh, that sounds okay. I've done some, well, like Inside Outside, Too Wide, Son of the Beach. Pretty much hit tracks. Hang on. Hang on. Tone Crispo. You use the rear-wheel driver like these pedals, then get honours for using rear-wheel driver when we talk about force feedback. In that one sim title. Yeah, Tone. Max Verstappen likes AC more than any other sim. I know a whole bunch of rear-wheel drivers that can't stand ACC force feedback because it's not realistic. It's just shit. There's an argument that people go, oh, well, you can't feel anything in real car steering. It depends on the car. That's fine. That's true. But actually, GT3 cars do have a bit of information that comes through the wheel. ACC's just got broken physics, but people will just accept it because they've got used to it. So, I'm being consistent. I'm being very consistent. It's not inconsistent to say, for equipment, for a person to say that I think it's good or that it's good enough for a real driver, then as an argument for what pedals are good enough, it's like, well, if a real driver's good with it and sims are actually more demanding, then I don't think it's it's not contradictory to what I've said before, if that makes sense. How many laps are we bloody well doing? How much fuel do I... Oh my goodness. Well, let's put 37 litres in. Where's the race info? I can't even remember. Where's the information for the race? Oh, 20-minute race. Right, here we go. So we're going to have to put medium tyres on. How long is each lap? Like one... Okay, well, let's just put 40 litres in. Should be alright. Hello, we're good, thanks. Yeah, maybe Boris, we could do a track. I'm really slow at music production as well, so... right, here we go. We're good. First ever F3 race. Beautiful. Great car. Yeah, I know. I forgot where it was on the screen. Remember everyone to report Boris for wasting his time on this YouTube channel. No, because it's different. No, like, so with iRacing... No, so you're conflating different things. Real-world drivers like iRacing, not because of the physics. The physics are generally adequate, and they're still good for training and as a practice tool. That's fine, but so is like bloody R-Factor 1 or whatever sim. Real drivers use iRacing for the competition. The thing that's wrong with that situation is if someone goes, oh, real drivers think that iRacing's got perfectly fine physics, when it patently doesn't, and real drivers are playing iRacing not for the physics, they're playing it for the ranking. And then you have the world's best race driver in the world, Max Verstappen, specifically say he prefers AC, so that undermines that. So it's all consistent.
I don't like AC, but I like normals. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah. So an argument for more authority is an argument for more authority. Even Max Verstappen said he prefers AC. But the point is, when it comes to the physics, you can pick drivers that like one thing or another regardless of what the actual quantitative differences are. But that is totally separate to if you have a driver or sim racer that's legitimately an alien and they're using a piece of equipment and that equipment is like the budget equipment, but it's more than good enough for that driver to still perform to the same capacity. So people are generally, when they talk about which pedals are best, they're asking a question on which is objectively the best pedals, not this sort of which feel the best or whatever. They're like, okay, which is functionally the best pedals? Because pedals don't really do much. They're just two potentiometers and a load cell with a elastometer. So the point is, with what I was saying, is that functionally the cheapest pedals pretty much on the market for load cells, the Fanatec CSL V2s, functionally achieve the goal of what you need for pedals, even if you're an alien and also a really good rear-wheel driver that owns a race car and drive that car regularly. And so if they're happy with that, then it means that basically any pedals are functionally pretty much fine. That's not a good place to keep your brakes on if you lose it there. So I hope that clears that up. But yeah, so the reason you would buy, as I say, Housing Veld or these other pedals is when you have, like, so different people set their pedals up in real life differently, or different cars have different feel to the brake, to the pedals, for whatever reason. And then often, if you've got like a simulation center or something, rather than forcing the driver to have to relearn the feel of the pedals, you adjust those pedals so they feel like their car, and then they can more quickly get used to the sim and then get the results quicker. But it is funny because even the cheapest sim pedals I've used are better than any real car pedals I've ever pushed. Because you in a simulator, you use the feeling of the pedal to know how much you're pushing it, whereas in a real car, you use the feeling of G-forces on your body to know how hard you need to brake. The actual pedal feel is not the most important thing. It can be important at times. It depends on the car. I can't. That was close. Yeah, no. So it's more that you just adjust the pedals when you first use them. But like in a sim center, you would just know. A driver would say, "Oh, I prefer the pedal to be stiffer, more or less sensitive," or I prefer to be, you know, have more throw, and then you would know how to adjust it quickly. As a home user, you might, yeah, I mean, with the in-sim Talento pedals, you can adjust them pretty in 30 seconds. But you just wouldn't bother, generally speaking. There must be a mod in AC for DRS. Ah, beach! Beach! The beach! How to play the music is on Sound Alerts. There's an app, it's under the screen, using bits. Son of the beach. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, if you use Twitch bits to play Sound Alerts or channel points for free ones. How do I get my UI to look like? Well, John, would you like me to put together a Google spreadsheet with all the UI elements for you? Would you like that? This is the stupidest joke ever. Yeah, it's so the UI in the top is Race Essentials under the mirror, Car Radar, which is built into Shader Patch. I then have Track Map, which is built into Shader Patch, which I put behind the Car Radar. The leaderboard I have on the right is Bcast. It's part of Streaming Suite, but it's called Bcast Leaderboard. Then I use the other thing is one built into AC. I can't remember what it's called, like Performance Delta or something at the bottom. And then the top right is Performance Delta, and I just make it bigger. Oh, I forgot to open my DRS.
I am the champion of the
Oh,
ninjas.
thank you for becoming a member. Hype train. You don't know how to race. You don't know how to race.
You don't know how to race. I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man.
Play Tetris.
I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Go home and play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. Play Tetris. I'm gonna report you, man. If you don't know how to race, please go home and play Tetris.
That guy. So like, sounds Finnish or Icelandic. You don't know how to go. You don't know how to play. Go home and play Tetris. So good. That guy was so angry, and then after the race, he was like, "Oh," he was like, "Oh, okay." He wasn't shouting at me. He was at someone else, so it's all right. Yeah, we do. So we do remixes of voice chat. I've got another remix I'm working on at the moment, but I want to make a video for it. So it's finished. It's like a trance song, and it's ridiculous. But I'm trying to get some female vocals in it, or like some female. I'm trying to get our merch model to do some vocals, but she doesn't know if she can. Like, she's German, so we're gonna try it. But it'll probably be after Christmas that we'll get it done. Well, because I've done the vocals, but it would sound much better with like with a woman saying the stuff. So we're going to try and get that done. And then also do a video for it, because it's silly. Just something simple. Well, what normally happens is, now when I use Fruity Loops to make silly songs, I basically use it to learn or like to try different things out in Fruity Loops. I can't help myself. Yeah, well, it is done. It's just a case of getting other people to do stuff. We've got the merch model. Leno Beleno! Hopefully we can get her to do the lyrics. Then we'll have the official merch model in the song. Amazing. She does speak English fluently, so that'd be awesome. Yeah, what is it?
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Gremlin Gats, thank you very much.
Dayjoy, Dayjoy.
Thank you very much. Oh, we're almost on level 2 hype train. If anyone wants to pump it up, you can subscribe or do bits. Also, today is list day. I mean, technically, we're going to pretend it's still Sunday, so we'll add you onto the list. Every Sunday, we update the list. Appreciate the support, though, guys. Gremlin Gats now stuck on it. I'll give you a rocket. You ready? To a point now, actually, where I think I can produce trance music all right. Like, it would take me about like 3 days to produce a passable trance song, which I'm pretty happy with, because when I was a teenager, I was always like, oh, I don't know how trance is made. I don't know, you know. So I'm pretty happy with that. It was like a lifelong dream to be able to produce passable dance and trance music like that. So I'm quite proud of myself. I'm quite pleased with myself. It's probably the easiest thing to do. It's not really that impressive, but for me it is. The rocket, oh no! It's not a penis, it's a rocket. Woo! We're just saving humanity. That was all the subscribers. The rocket's gone mad. It's drowning your voice out. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm happy to be able to produce dance music and stuff. I keep forgetting to do... Yeah, is there an app in AC for... I'm pretty sure there is. I know there's... SimHub has it as an option. Every time you go through like a DRS zone, you get an audible beep. There's definitely in SimHub, but I'm pretty sure that there should be an in-game app for it. We'll have to have a look. Real Formula 1 cars have sounds. Real Formula cars, they hooked up into the car and they can hear, they have a beep to tell them to DRS. I could do it myself. That's we're going skiing. Why is skiing the only sport that uses that for the starting? Oh no. Super G. Ah, when's the next? Isn't there like when's skiing season for Super G? I love watching that. Oh no. Cowbell digging. Oh, I'd watch that in real life. I used to love watching that as a kid. Trans World Sports. No. Every time they go through a corner, it's French people. They always do that. They do it in rally as well. No. Now just an avalanche would just be an advantage. You'd have motivation to go faster. We need to get glorious 7th here. Come on.
Okay, let's go.
Let's not forget the DRS. We're getting faster. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We're getting into the Formula 3 zone. I've unloaded LMP3 car program. This has been so good today, guys. Like the Road America, the Daytona race we had. It's been really fun. Like, this is so good to finally have proper racing in a simulator where you can just drive and enjoy driving. So, I mean, to be fair, race rooms like that. And it also helps that I've managed to get everything running so smooth, which is nice. And even R Factor 2, I'd say like this last month of this year has been epic. Like, R Factor 2 rank racing is really, really fun. And, you know, that was a real surprise for the end of this year, I think. The best surprise and the best thing that happened this year for sim racing is Race Room official rank racing and then LFM for AC. Oh, and the shader patch and pure updates were really good updates, like really improved performance massively in AC. I think it'll be tonight, the Race Room update, but I'm probably going to go on holiday soon, so I might miss it. I need to get some stuff sorted out. I'll probably do some videos, but not in the sim rig. Oh, we gotta beat David Carrera. This is fantastic racing. We do have better pace, I think. We just need to line it up. Well, yeah, no, I like what's happened with AMS2. I just think it's just massively overrated, and it's a shame that what it is now isn't basically what it was at launch, because then it would have fit in really nicely. I mean, my biggest issue, to be honest, is not even the handling or anything else, because it's still very fun. It just makes me chronically motion sick because the camera doesn't make any sense how it works. Okay. I tried too much. I kunos curbed myself. Rip. Yeah, you just can't touch that curb. I think you can off throttle. So the key is if you touch the curb, get off the throttle. Yeah, it's not with every car though. That's what's weird. It's with Formula cars in particular. Oh dear, tires are still hot. Yeah, it's with specific cars. But it is really, really annoying because with these types of cars, especially flat curves, you really want to be apexing. It's very satisfying as well when you apex and you've got your wheel just hovering on just before the grass. And it doesn't make any sense because the inside wheels would have like very little load on them. Like it's all going to be on all this stuff is going to be on the outside wheels. So it's such a weird and counterintuitive bug. Yeah, that LMP3 car doesn't do it. I don't know if that's just because of the tracks we were driving. So I think you can get around it with mods. Obviously there's the shader patch stuff, but no, should we try and do it off throttle? Oh, I didn't. It's hard to be purposefully slow. Oh, we need to keep going because Alfonso Pereira's behind us. Man, I need another cup of tea. But yeah, no, it's been awesome. It's been really fun. The last like 2 months of sim racing has been great. My only issue personally is I've got tennis elbow in this arm, so that'll be another reason to have a good. I probably need like 2 weeks away from the sim rig for it to heal. I don't know if it's worth putting my arm in a splint or something just to keep it straight. Oh dear. Tyres have gone. Car behind. Car behind just lost it exactly the same, but they didn't catch it. It's random. And the rears on this RSS car. Oh yeah, this is an RSS issue, isn't it? When you slide, the rears stay hot for ages. This is a specific RSS car issue. You just have to not slide. But so there's some weird quirks that you get in AC. I mean, outside of like the curbing thing that's a kunos issue, there's some weird mod, like really quirky, weird mod stuff that happens, which is, I don't know what causes it. Do you know what? If you had to do a long race around this track, it would be absolutely exhausting. These right-handers. In a Formula, not this car, but like a, well, actually an F3 car. I think in real life, a 20-minute race, I'd be wrecked. I'd be absolutely wrecked. Because this is faster than an SR3, and SR3 is pretty tiring on your neck if you're a noob. Yeah, I think you need to do a bit of Rotax go-karting for a while to build up the strength. Oh, get a lorry wheel with one of those those disability knob things, or like, yeah. It's a good idea. Yeah, so why are you obsessed with paella recently? You got like some kind of one of those like worms, brain-eating worms, like you know that parasite that makes ants climb to the top of a tree. You've got like one that causes causes you to have to eat paella. Okay, well that was all right as a first race. It wasn't the best. Whoop, that was close. Ah, dear. Well, at least I got the server working. That's cool. Ah, nice. Well, I'm pretty happy with all this stuff's working. Oh, we've been doing 6 hours here. Didn't realise. 6.5 hours. What's the next race that's coming? Let's have a look. I mean, we've got the Brands Hatch races. That's not a track mod, it's Kunos track. It's probably got seasonal lighting on it. You can adjust the lighting in AC. Mazda Cup's in 44 minutes. Oh yeah, because that race was put at a different time to fit it in. Yeah, well, I might call it a night. Might do some cleaning. Might do some tidying. I can leave the stream on whilst we tidy. I can need to tidy up down here. Could do a bit of tidy, make a drink. Could have a bit of a tidy stream. So I need to clean up a bit. So should we do that? I'm a bit pooped from driving. No, I'm too pooped for driving. My arm's falling off. The bleach fetish. The bleach fetish. Ah. Well, I could just go to bed though. I might just go to bed. Pretty tired. Yeah. Let's see who's on Twitch here. That was good. Really good racing though. It's good fun. Good job by LFM. And good driving. Ah, Red Art. What's Red Art Warrior doing? It looks like he's gardening. Why is he in a tractor? Oh, Daniel Gray's on. We haven't raided him for a long time. I think I send you guys to Daniel Gray. He's driving around his favourite track, probably shouting at people. They're all playing iRacing, dirty iRacers. Oh, hang on, multi-canoe noodles in AC. What's he doing? Don't know what language he speaks. Okay, he's in Brazil, so it's not going to be helpful. Yeah, I'll send you to Daniel Gray. So thanks guys for watching and taking part. Give Daniel Gray some love. And I'll see you guys soon. But I appreciate all the follows, all the subs, all the donations and everything. It's been awesome as usual. Yeah, thanks for watching. Boris, you're not welcome here. Because until you make it Brands Hatch full circuit. But awesome job on Lowfield Motorsport. It's good fun. Take care, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Twitch. Off to Daniel Gray Zone. Please hold. Please hold.
Okay, let's go.
Please hold. And we are ready to send you to Daniel Gray in now. Goodbye.
said, I'm gonna have an A license by the end of today's stream. Don't worry about it. Gamer muscles rated. Oh my goodness.
There we go. Goodbye. And YouTube. Goodbye, YouTube people. Thanks for clicking the like button. I'll see you guys soon.
Oh god, gamer muscle.
Oh, fish attack. Bye, guys. Go to Daniel Gray. Bye. Bye.